The Shroud of Turin. Discover how Jesus of Nazareth left the first selfie. By Caleb Verdance. An Ever-Praise production. The ultimate cold case. Last March, I bought a grill. Not a reasonable grill. The kind of grill that has more burners than my car has cylinders, and a temperature gauge that goes to 700 degrees, which is about 600 degrees more than I have ever needed for anything. The kind of grill a man buys when he is trying to prove something to a neighborhood that is not paying attention. I drove it home in the bed of my truck, wrestled it onto the back patio by myself because I did not want to ask my neighbor for help, burned 4 steaks to celebrate, and threw the receipt away. I threw it away on purpose. I am not a receipt person. I am the person who crumples receipts into his pocket, transfers them to the washing machine, and then picks wet paper confetti out of the lint trap for the next 3 loads. My wife has asked me roughly 400 times to keep receipts in the glove box. I have agreed roughly 400 times. The glove box is empty. 3 weeks later, the igniter stopped working. I called the store. They said, "Bring in your receipt." I said, "I don't have it." They said, "Then we can't help you." I said, "But I paid for it. I have the grill. It's sitting on my patio right now. It's enormous. You can come look at it." They did not come look at it. I spent the next 2 hours tearing apart my truck, my kitchen drawer, and a trash bag I had not taken out yet. I checked my email for a digital copy. I checked my bank statement. I called the credit card company and sat on hold for 40 minutes listening to a jazz version of a song I could not identify. I even drove back to the store and asked the teenager behind the counter if he remembered me. He looked at me the way teenagers look at anyone over 30. He did not remember me. The grill was mine. I had paid for it. I had the credit card charge to prove it. But the store wanted the original receipt, not a bank statement. Without that piece of paper, I was just a man making claims about a grill. I stood in my kitchen that night, staring at a $1,200 grill through the patio window, and I thought, this is the dumbest problem I have ever had. I own the thing. I know I own the thing. My wife knows I own the thing. The charred evidence of 4 overcooked steaks knows I own the thing. But without the paper, nobody else believes me. That grill sat on my patio for 3 weeks with a broken igniter while I argued with customer service. 3 weeks of lighting it with a long match like a caveman. That is the moment this book started. Standing in my kitchen, holding a long match, feeling ridiculous. Here is the thing. For 2,000 years, Christians have believed something enormous happened on a Friday afternoon in Jerusalem and a Sunday morning 3 days later. We believe a man named Jesus of Nazareth was tortured, executed on a Roman cross, buried in a borrowed tomb, and came out of that tomb alive. Not a single gospel describes him walking out, not one. No one saw the moment it happened. What they saw was the stone rolled away and the linens lying flat, as if the body had passed through them. Whatever happened in that tomb, it did not look like a man getting up and unwrapping himself. We believe it because the Bible says so. We believe it because the early church died for it. We believe it because something in our chest tells us it is true when we sit in a quiet room and stop running long enough to listen. And all of that is enough. Faith has always been enough. But what if God also left a receipt? What if, folded inside a stone tomb in Jerusalem, pressed against the broken body of a crucified man, there was a piece of linen cloth that recorded everything? Every lash, every thorn, every nail, the exact position of the wounds, the blood type, the dirt on his knees, the limestone dust on his nose from falling face first onto a Jerusalem road. And then, in a fraction of a second so brief that no machine on Earth can replicate it, something happened to that cloth that science still cannot explain. What if the most important transaction in history came with the paperwork? That cloth exists. It is real. You can go see it in Turin, Italy, though they only display it every 25 years or so, which tells you something about how carefully they guard it. It is 14 feet 4 inches long and 3 feet 8 inches wide. It is woven in a herringbone pattern, which is a zigzag weave that looks like the skeleton of a fish. It is old. It is fragile. And it has an image on it that has baffled scientists for over a century. The image shows a man, front and back, head to toe, as if someone laid a cloth over a body and something burned the image onto the fibers. The man has a beard, long hair parted in the middle. He is about 5 feet 10 to 5 feet 11, roughly 170 pounds. His wrists have wounds. His feet have wounds. His side has a wound. His back is covered in marks consistent with a Roman flogging whip. His head is covered in puncture wounds consistent with a cap of thorns driven into the scalp. And here is the part that made me put my coffee down and read the same paragraph 3 times. The image has no paint on it. None. No pigment, no dye, no ink, no charcoal, no medium of any kind that any artist in any century has ever used. The image sits on the top 200 nanometers of the linen fiber, which is about 1/5000th of a millimeter. If you are trying to picture how thin that is, take a human hair and split it 250 times. The image is thinner than one of those splits, thinner than a soap bubble. So thin that if you scraped it with a razor blade, you would remove the entire image in a single pass and never feel resistance. No medieval artist had the tools, the knowledge, or the motivation to create something that thin. No modern artist can do it either. In the last 50 years, scientists have tried using the most powerful lasers on Earth to reproduce the effect. The best they have managed is a patch the size of a postage stamp. The cloth is called the Shroud of Turin. By some estimates, it has been studied across more than 100 academic disciplines. Researchers have poured an estimated 600,000 hours of scientific work into it. Physicists from Los Alamos National Laboratory, blood chemists who spent their careers analyzing forensic evidence, botanists who mapped pollen grains invisible to the naked eye, laser scientists from Italian government laboratories, a NASA astronaut named Don Lind, who built the imaging systems for Voyager, Viking, Mariner, and Galileo. The cloth has been photographed, X-rayed, spectrally analyzed, pollen mapped, carbon dated, and redated. It has been argued about in peer-reviewed journals, debated at scientific conferences, and examined under instruments that did not exist when the last generation of researchers retired. And nobody has figured out how the image got there. Not in 1898, when the first photograph revealed that the shroud's image is actually a photographic negative, with light and dark reversed, centuries before photography existed. Not in 1978, when Stirp spent 5 days running every test they could think of. Not in 2022, when a team of Italian crystallographers found that the linen's cellular structure is compatible with fabric from the 1st century AD. Over 100 years of modern science, and the best answer anyone has is, we do not know. That is why this is a cold case. The kind a detective works when the evidence has been sitting in a box for decades, and somebody finally decides to look at it with fresh eyes and better tools. We're going to open the box. We're going to lay every piece of evidence on the table. and we're going to let it speak. I know what you might be thinking. You might be thinking this is a Catholic thing, that the shroud is a relic, an object of veneration, something that belongs to a tradition you did not grow up in. I thought the same thing. I pictured the kind of artifact you see behind glass in a European cathedral, surrounded by candles, while a tour guide speaks in a hushed voice, and you politely nod before heading to the gift shop. Here is what I did not know. The shroud did not belong to the Catholic Church for most of its history. It spent roughly 1,000 years in Greek Orthodox custody, moving from Jerusalem through the ancient world before it ever reached Western Europe. Many historians believe the cloth documented in Edessa, in what is now southeastern Turkey, by 544 AD, is the same one now in Turin. From there, it traveled to Constantinople, to Athens, to Naples. The Catholic Church only became its formal custodian in 1983, when the exiled King Umberto II of Italy bequeathed it to the Vatican in his will. That is 43 years ago. In a 2,000-year story, the Catholic Church has held it for about 2% of the timeline. The shroud does not belong to a denomination. It belongs to the whole Church. Protestant, Catholic, Orthodox, the believer who goes to church every Sunday, and the one who has not been in years but still prays in the car on the way to work. It belongs to anyone willing to look at the evidence and ask an honest question. And honest questions are exactly what three people I want to tell you about decided to ask. The fact that they come from three completely different traditions is the reason I trust the evidence enough to write this book. The first is a Jewish man named Barry Schwartz. In 1978, Schwartz was a professional photographer hired by a scientific team called STURP, the Shroud of Turin Research Project. STURP was not a church committee. It was 33 scientists from Los Alamos National Laboratory, Sandia National Laboratories, and NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. They spent 19 months preparing their research protocols before they ever touched the cloth. This was serious science, backed by serious institutions, with serious reputations on the line. Schwartz was the team's documenting photographer. He was Orthodox Jewish. He was not interested in the shroud as a religious object. He was interested in the paycheck and the challenge of photographing an ancient artifact under controlled conditions. He walked into that room in Turin expecting to spend a few days, take his photographs, cash the check, and fly home to Los Angeles. He figured it would be an interesting footnote on his resume, nothing more. A nice story for dinner parties. Yeah, I once photographed that old cloth in Italy. Pretty weird gig. He did not go home. Not really. Not for 17 years. What Schwartz saw on that cloth did not match anything he expected. The image had no paint, no brushstrokes, no pigment of any kind. The bloodstains were real human blood, verified by chemical analysis. The anatomy was medically perfect in ways that no medieval artist would have known. The wounds lined up with first-century Roman execution methods that were not understood by European scholars until centuries after the cloth's earliest documented appearance. And the closer he looked, the less he could explain. Schwartz wrestled with what he had seen for 17 years. He was not a theologian. He was not a researcher with a hypothesis to test. He was a photographer, a man whose entire career was built on one skill, looking at what was actually in front of him and recording it honestly. He was Jewish. He had zero theological motivation to want the shroud to be real. If anything, his tradition should have pushed him away from it. Every professional instinct told him to file his photographs and move on. But the images would not let him. In 1995, a blood chemist named Dr. Alan Adler, also Jewish, called Schwartz on the phone. Adler had been studying the shroud's blood samples for years, and he had finally solved a mystery that had nagged researchers since the beginning. Why was the blood still red? Blood turns brown within hours of leaving the body. The shroud's blood was 2,000 years old. It should have been black, but it was red, bright red. Adler found the answer in a chemical called bilirubin. When the human body undergoes catastrophic trauma, the kind of trauma that ruptures organs and floods the bloodstream with broken-down blood cells, bilirubin concentrations spike. And bilirubin keeps blood red, permanently. The levels in the shroud's blood were consistent with a man who had been tortured so severely that his body began shutting down before he ever reached the cross. Adler explained the finding over the phone. Schwartz listened, and something in him shifted. Schwartz did not become a Christian. He returned to his own Jewish faith. He went back to synagogue for the first time in years. And he spent the rest of his career telling anyone who would listen that he could not explain the cloth, but he could not deny what the evidence showed. A Jewish photographer with no motive to believe, who followed the evidence wherever it led, and ended up back in his own synagogue. That is the kind of witness you want on a cold case. Not someone who walked in hoping to confirm what they already believed. Someone who walked in hoping to debunk it, could not, and spent the rest of his life saying so. We will come back to Schwartz later in this book. His story is not finished yet. The 1995 phone call with Adler was the hinge, but the door had been swinging for 17 years before that. We will walk through what pushed it open. The second person is C.S. Lewis. Most people know Lewis for Narnia, for Aslan, for the wardrobe between worlds. Fewer people know what hung above the fireplace in his bedroom at the Kilns, his house on the outskirts of Oxford. It was a photograph, taken in 1931 by an Italian photographer named Giuseppe Enri. It showed the face of the man on the Shroud of Turin. Lewis looked at that face every morning when he woke up and every evening before he went to sleep. He was not a shroud advocate. He was careful about it, the way Lewis was careful about most things. In a letter to an Anglican nun, he wrote, "I don't commit myself to the genuineness, but the great value is to make one realize he was a man, and once even a dead man." That line has stayed with me since I first read it. Lewis did not need the shroud to believe in Jesus. His faith was already settled. But he kept that photograph above his fireplace anyway, because it did something that theology alone could not do. It reminded him that the God he worshipped had a face, had skin, had a jaw and closed eyes and matted hair, and wounds you could count if you sat close enough to the fire. The shroud made the incarnation physical. It put a face on the doctrine. And Lewis, a man who spent his life putting invisible truths into concrete images for millions of readers, apparently valued that. If C.S. Lewis, the most influential Protestant thinker of the 20th century, kept that image in his bedroom for decades, then looking at the shroud evidence is not a Catholic practice. It is a Christian practice. It is a human one. It is the simple act of looking at a piece of cloth and asking, what happened here? The third person is Dr. Jeremiah Johnston, a New Testament scholar whose doctoral work was supervised by Craig Evans at Middlesex University in London. Johnston spent years studying the shroud firsthand. He traveled to Turin. He interviewed the scientists. He examined the evidence with the academic rigor of a man who built his career on peer review and primary sources. His findings appear in The Jesus Discoveries, published in 2026. Johnston earned his place in the scholarly conversation about this cloth. I once Googled, "What is a nanometer?" at 11 o'clock at night, because a research paper used the word, and I had to make sure it was not the same thing as a micrometer. It is not. I checked twice. I am the friend who stumbled onto this evidence on a Tuesday night and could not stop reading about it. The way you fall into a Wikipedia hole at midnight and look up 2 hours later wondering where the time went and why you now know the melting point of linen. That is how this book happened. I fell in and could not climb out. My wife noticed. She said, "You've been reading about that cloth again." She said it the same way she says, "You left the garage door open again." Patient, a little tired, correct. Here is what I can tell you. I went in skeptical. I did not go in the way a scientist goes in, with hypotheses and controlled variables and a plan. I went in the way a guy goes into a conspiracy theory rabbit hole on a slow evening, expecting to come out the other side shaking his head. I figured the Shroud was a medieval painting that gullible people wanted to believe in because it confirmed what they already felt. I thought it was a relic from a tradition I did not grow up in, the kind of thing my Protestant upbringing had trained me to be polite about, but suspicious of. I was wrong. The Shroud is not a painting. There is no paint on it. It is not a photograph. Photography would not be invented for another 18 centuries. It is not a scorch, not a dye, not a rubbing, not a vapor transfer, not a contact impression. Every known method of creating an image on fabric has been tested against the Shroud, and every one has been ruled out. The image does not penetrate the cloth. It does not soak in. It sits on the surface like a sunburn on skin, except thinner than any sunburn you have ever had by a factor of about 1,000. And the subtitle of this book calls it The First Selfie. I know that sounds like a joke. It is not. A selfie is an image you make of yourself. The growing scientific consensus is that the Shroud image was not made by human hands, not by any tool, and not by any external process. The image came from the body itself. Something happened inside that cloth, something involving the body it was wrapped around, and it left a self-portrait. The first selfie in history, taken 2,000 years before anyone invented a camera. God has a sense of humor. I'm sure of it. And he left his picture in the receipt. So that is what we are going to look at. Over the next 5 chapters, we are going to walk through the evidence the way a cold case detective would, piece by piece. No rush. We will start with the setup, the ancient Jewish feasts that God rehearsed for 1,500 years before the main event. Every detail timed down to the hour. We will move to the forensic evidence on the cloth itself. Every wound itemized like a line on a receipt. 372 lash marks, 30 to 50 thorn punctures, nail wounds in the wrists and heels that match the only known crucified skeleton ever found by archaeologists. We will examine the skeptics and the dirt, the pollen and the limestone, and the probability math that makes the forgery theory collapse under its own weight. We will look at the physics of the image, the flash of energy that no laboratory on Earth has been able to reproduce in 50 years of trying. And we will end at an empty tomb with a folded cloth and a stone rolled away. My wife will confirm I have never argued anyone into anything. I'm just going to show you what is there and let you decide what it means. One more thing before we start. I put together a few free things that go with this book you can download at tinyurl.com/shroud-bonus. The first is a companion workbook. You will hear about illustrations throughout this book, but the workbook has every one of them larger and in full color, which matters more than you think when you are looking at evidence this detailed. It also has space to write down what stood out to you after each chapter, discussion prompts if you are going through this with friends or a small group, and a timeline you build as you go. By the end, you have a complete chronological map of the story from 1500 BC to 2022. And the color images are the kind of thing you will want to come back to. There is also a short email series, one per chapter, that walks through the key evidence over the course of a week. If you are the kind of reader who likes to sit with one thing for a day before moving to the next, it is a good way to pace yourself. Each one takes about 3 minutes to read. Here is one I hope happens along the way. I hope you feel the same thing I felt when I started reading about this cloth for the first time. I did not feel convicted. I did not feel guilty. I did not feel the weight of another Christian book telling me everything I was doing wrong and all the ways I was failing God. I felt awe. Plain, quiet awe. The kind that sits in your chest and does not say anything for a while. Because when you see the evidence of what happened to the man on that cloth, you stop thinking about your own performance. You stop grading yourself. You stop running the mental checklist of whether you prayed enough this week, or read enough scripture, or served enough, or gave enough, or believed hard enough. All of that noise goes quiet. And what is left is a man on a piece of linen who paid for something you could never afford, and left the documentation behind so you would know it was finished. That is what this book is about. The evidence of a finished transaction. The receipt for a debt you did not run up and could not pay off, and do not have to carry. Remember that grill? I eventually found the receipt. It was stuck to the bottom of a paper bag in my truck, underneath a half-eaten bag of beef jerky that I had also forgotten about. The store replaced the igniter without a word. The grill works fine now. I cook on it every Saturday. But for 3 weeks, I had the thing and could not prove it. I owned something, and nobody would take my word for it. I had the evidence sitting on my patio, and the one piece of paper that would have settled the argument was crumpled in a bag I had thrown behind my seat. The shroud is the receipt, and unlike mine, it did not end up wedged behind a truck seat. It ended up folded in a tomb, pressed against the body of a man who had just paid for something so expensive that the bill covered every person who would ever live. The transaction was finished. The debt was cleared. And God, in a move that is either the most staggering act of grace in history or the most elaborate forgery ever attempted, left the paperwork behind. Every lash recorded, every wound documented. Every drop of blood still red after 2,000 years because the trauma was that severe. The receipt for a rescue operation that covered you before you were born and will cover you long after you stop worrying about whether you deserve it. You do not have to earn it. You cannot earn it. That is the whole point of a receipt. It proves that someone already paid. I know which one I think it is. But I am not asking you to take my word for it. I am the guy who loses receipts. I am the last person you want vouching for evidence. So instead of taking my word, let's look at the evidence together. It has been sitting in the box long enough. Chapter 1. The Prophetic Rehearsal. Last spring, I decided to plan the perfect surprise birthday party for my wife. I started in February. I made a spreadsheet, color-coded tabs, guest list with dietary restrictions sorted by table, a timeline that accounted for every 15-minute block between 4 p.m. and surprise. I booked a restaurant with a private room, ordered flowers from the florist 3 blocks from our house, coordinated the babysitter, and called her sister in Colorado to fly in for the weekend. I even built a group text with 17 people and named it Operation 40. I was the general of a flawless campaign. I planned this for 3 months. If you count the number of hours I spent on it, it would embarrass both of us. I had a backup plan for the cake. I had a backup plan for the weather. I had a backup plan for the parking situation, because the restaurant shared a lot with a yoga studio that let out at 5:15, and I had personally witnessed the chaos of that parking lot on a Saturday afternoon. I even scouted the back patio 2 weeks early, just in case. I have never been more organized in my life. On the day, 3 things happened. Her sister's flight out of Denver got delayed 6 hours because of a mechanical issue that the airline described with the breezy confidence of people who are not stuck in an airport as routine. The restaurant called at noon to say they had double booked the private room and could offer us the back patio, which was outdoors, in April, and positioned directly beneath the kitchen exhaust vent. The air out there smelled like fryer grease and regret. And the babysitter texted at 2:15 to say she had the stomach flu. The text included a green emoji I did not ask for and cannot unsee. I spent the next 2 hours in full damage control mode. I called 3 backup sitters. 2 were busy. The third was my neighbor's 16-year-old daughter, who said yes, but then asked if she could have a friend over. I said, fine. I would have said fine to a marching band at that point. I drove to the restaurant and rearranged tables on the patio with the help of a waiter who kept sighing in a way that suggested I was ruining his afternoon. I texted 17 people a new parking plan because the back entrance required a different gate code. I spelled the gate code wrong in the first text. I corrected it in the second text. 3 people replied asking which code was right. I sent a third text that just said, "the second one," in all caps, which I regretted immediately. Then I went to pick up the cake. I walked into the bakery, grabbed the first white box on the counter that had a pink ribbon, paid, and drove to the restaurant. In the parking lot, I opened the box. The cake said, "Happy Anniversary, Diane." My wife's name is not Diane. I called the bakery. They said my cake was still on the shelf. I drove back. By the time I returned to the patio, it was 5:40 p.m. My wife was supposed to arrive at 6. I was sweating through my dress shirt. I was holding a cake that now had a thumbprint in the frosting from where I had opened the box too fast. The one working string of lights on the patio kept flickering off every time the kitchen door opened. Her sister was still somewhere over Kansas. 17 people shouted surprise when she walked through the patio gate. 3 of them were already eating the appetizers I had specifically asked the waiter to hold. She loved it. She cried. And I stood there, damp shirt, thumb-printed cake, wrong gate code still blowing up the group text, thinking one thought. I planned this for 3 months, and I could not keep 17 humans and a restaurant on schedule for 6 hours. That thought stuck with me. Not because the party was bad. It was actually good. My wife still talks about it. She mentions the patio, the flickering lights, the wrong cake. She says the mistakes are what made it feel real. She is probably right. She usually is. But the whole experience kept playing in the back of my mind for weeks because it reminded me of something I already knew and kept forgetting. I am terrible at orchestrating things. I forget details. I underestimate how fast a plan can fall apart. I assume that good intentions and a color-coded spreadsheet can hold the world together. And then, the world does what it always does. I lose control of a party for 18 people. I lose control of a single evening. I lose control of a cake order because I was in a hurry and grabbed the wrong box. Here is the thing. There is someone who does not have that problem, and he has been proving it for a very long time. About 3,500 years ago, God gave the nation of Israel a calendar of rehearsals. That word matters more than anything else in this chapter, so I want to make sure it lands. The Hebrew word for the events listed in Leviticus 23 is mikra. Your English Bible might translate it as feast or festival or appointed time. Those translations are fine, but they miss the engine of the word. Mikra comes from the Hebrew root that means to call out, to summon, to rehearse. A mikra is a dress rehearsal for the main event. God was not giving Israel a list of holidays. He was giving them a script. Most people read Leviticus and see old instructions for an old people about when to eat, when to fast, and when to wave grain at the sky. I understand that reaction. I had the same one for years. Leviticus feels like the part of the Bible you skip to get to the Psalms. If nobody tells you what mikra means, you read chapter 23 and think, these people had a lot of holidays. You miss the whole point. But mikra changes everything. A rehearsal is a practice run for something real. An actor rehearses a scene every night for 3 weeks because opening night is coming and the director wants every mark hit, every line delivered, every light cue fired at the right second. A football team runs the same play 40 times in practice because Friday night is coming and the timing between the quarterback and the receiver has to be automatic. A pilot rehearses emergency landings in a simulator because the real emergency will not give advance notice, and the only thing standing between the passengers and the ground is the muscle memory the pilot built during the rehearsal. The rehearsal only makes sense if you know the main event is on the schedule. God told Israel, in plain terms, to rehearse 7 specific events throughout the year. He gave them the dates. He gave them the procedures. He gave them the props, down to the type of bread, the species of herb, the age of the animal. He gave them the script. And he told them to perform it every single year, without exception, on the exact dates he specified. For 1,500 years, they did. 7 rehearsals. 7 appointed times spread across the calendar year. Passover in the spring. Unleavened bread the very next day. First fruits on the first day of the week following Passover. Then weeks, 50 days later, which Christians would later call Pentecost. Then in the fall, 3 more: trumpets, atonement, and tabernacles. 7 acts in the same play performed every year for more than a millennium on dates that did not move. Here is what catches you when you step back and look at the full calendar. The first 4 feasts, the spring feasts, all correspond to events in the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. Passover is his death. Unleavened bread is his burial. First fruits is his resurrection. Weeks, or Pentecost, is the day the Holy Spirit arrived in Jerusalem 50 days after the resurrection and the church was born. All 4 spring feasts were fulfilled in order on their exact calendar dates in a single year. AD 33. The fall feasts, the last 3, have not been fulfilled yet. They're still on the schedule. They are the rehearsals for what comes next. That is a story for another book. But I want you to see the pattern. God does not waste his calendar. Every rehearsal has a purpose. Every date has an appointment. And the track record so far, 4 for 4, right on time, is worth paying attention to. The first one, the most important one, the one that anchors this entire book, was Passover. Most people know the basic Passover story. The Israelites were slaves in Egypt. Pharaoh refused to let them go. God sent 10 plagues, each one worse than the last. The final plague was the worst by far. The angel of death would pass through the land and strike down every firstborn son, every family, every house. no exceptions. But God gave Israel a way out. Kill a lamb, take its blood, paint it on the top and both sides of your doorframe. Stay inside with your family. Eat the meal I am about to describe, and when the angel of death sees the blood on your doorframe, he will pass over your house. Your firstborn will live. The lamb dies in his place. That is where the name comes from. The death passed over. After the Exodus, after the Red Sea, after the wilderness, God told Moses to write the instructions down. They are in Exodus 12 and Leviticus 23. And they are far more specific than most people realize. God did not say, grab a lamb and kill it sometime this week. He gave exact dates, exact times, exact procedures. He was building a rehearsal that would run year after year for 1,500 years before the main event arrived. Here is what the script looked like. On the 10th day of Nisan, the first month of the Jewish calendar, every family walked to their flock and selected a lamb. This was not a casual errand. The family chose the lamb together. Father, mother, children, all of them involved. They looked the animal over. They checked its legs, its eyes, its wool. They picked the best one they had. And then they did something that might seem strange to us. They brought it home, into the house. For the next 4 days, the lamb lived with the family. Picture that, the lamb eating from a bowl in the corner, the children sitting on the floor beside it, the youngest one probably naming it. For 4 days, this animal was a member of the household. The family fed it, watched it, slept next to it. During those 4 days, the family inspected the lamb. They were looking for blemishes, a spot on the wool, a limp in the step, a scratch on the ear, a cloudy eye. Anything wrong meant the lamb did not qualify. The Passover lamb had to be perfect. The Hebrew word is tamim, which means complete, without blemish, whole. God did not accept a lamb that was almost right. The lamb had to be inspected by the people who would depend on its blood for their survival. If you have ever picked out a Christmas tree and walked the lot for 30 minutes examining every branch from every angle while your kids sat in the car complaining, you have a small picture of this inspection. Except the tree does not sleep in your living room for 4 days, and your kids do not cry when you cut it down. After 4 days, when the father picked up the lamb and carried it to the place of sacrifice, everyone in the house knew what it had cost. This was not a transaction at a butcher's counter. The family had fed this animal by hand. The children had named it. The lamb had slept at the foot of someone's bed. The cost of the sacrifice was measured in intimacy, not money. That is the part people miss when they read Leviticus quickly. God designed the rehearsal so that the death of the lamb would feel like a loss. The 4-day window was not a logistics requirement. It was an emotional one. You do not understand what the lamb paid until you have lived with it. You do not understand the price of the blood on the doorframe until you have watched the animal that gave it eat from your daughter's hand. On the 14th day of Nisan, at 3 in the afternoon, the lamb was killed. In the original Passover in Egypt, each family killed its own lamb at home. But by the time of the temple period, centuries later, the sacrifice had moved to the temple in Jerusalem. The scale was enormous. Families brought their lambs through the temple gates and into the inner courts, where the priests waited in white linen robes with bronze basins ready to catch the blood. The Levite musicians stood on the 15 steps between the court of women and the court of Israel and sang the Hallel, Psalms 113 through 118, as the lambs were slaughtered. The sound of singing and bleating and the low, steady blast of the shofar, marking the hours, filled the air over the Temple Mount. The blood was caught in basins and passed hand to hand along a line of priests until it reached the great altar, where it was dashed against the base. The lambs were then skinned, cleaned, and returned to the families for roasting. The entire operation ran from the 9th hour, approximately 3 p.m., until the evening offering. The smell of smoke and roasting meat rose from the altar and drifted over the city in a column visible from the surrounding hills. The family gathered that evening to eat the meal together. Bitter herbs to remember the bitterness of slavery. Unleavened bread, because there was no time to let it rise on the night they fled Egypt. Roasted lamb. They ate it standing, sandals on their feet, staff in hand, ready to move. Because God said, "This is the night I bring you out." And death passed over. Every year, same month, same dates, same afternoon, same blood. For 1,500 years, every Jewish family on earth practiced this exact rehearsal. Generations of fathers explaining it to sons, mothers preparing the herbs, children asking, "Why is this night different from all other nights?" That question is in the Passover liturgy to this day. And every year, the father answers, "Because God brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand." The procedures were so ingrained, so meticulously practiced, that they were eventually recorded in exhaustive detail in the Mishnah, the Jewish legal code compiled from centuries of rabbinic oral teaching. The Mishnah's tractate Pesachim, chapter 5, verse 1, describes the timing of the daily Tamid offering and the Passover sacrifice in the temple. The lambs were killed between what the rabbis called the 2 evenings, the period between midday and sundown. The standard practice placed the Passover sacrifice at approximately the 9th hour of the day. By our clocks, that is 3 p.m. The historian Josephus, a 1st century Jewish Roman writer who was not a follower of Jesus and had zero reason to spin any story in his favor, documented the scale of the Passover operation in Jerusalem in his book Wars of the Jews, Book 6, Chapter 9, Section 3. Josephus described the crowds pouring into the city from every direction. He described the priests working in shifts from morning until evening. He described the sheer volume of lambs brought to the temple courts. Jerusalem during Passover was not a quiet religious observance. It was the biggest event on the national calendar. Hundreds of thousands of pilgrims from across the Roman world. Thousands of lambs moving through the streets. Smoke rising from the temple altar, visible for miles. An entire city organized around the same calendar, the same script, the same 3 p.m. appointment. 1,500 years of rehearsals. And then came the spring of AD 33. Now, here is where it gets interesting. On the 10th of Nisan, the exact day that Jewish families across Jerusalem walked to their flocks to choose a lamb, a man rode into the city on a donkey. The road from the Mount of Olives descended into the Kidron Valley and climbed up toward the Temple Mount. The streets were already packed with Passover pilgrims. Crowds lined the road on both sides. They threw palm branches on the ground in front of him, the way you would roll out a carpet for a king. They laid down their cloaks. They shouted, "Hosanna," a Hebrew word that means, "Save us now." Children were yelling. Adults were singing. The noise carried across the valley and up the temple steps. The religious leaders watched from those steps. They did not like what they saw. They told him to quiet his followers. He said, "If they keep quiet, the stones will cry out." Luke 19:40, NIV. But nobody stopped it. The people had made their choice. On Lamb Selection Day, the people of Jerusalem selected their lamb. Jesus entered the city on the exact day the rehearsal said the lamb was chosen. For the next 4 days, the religious leaders did exactly what the families did with their lambs at home. They inspected him, and the interrogation was relentless. On Monday and Tuesday, Jesus taught openly in the temple courts, the very building where the lambs were being prepared for sacrifice. He was standing in the busiest, most public place in the nation during its busiest week. The Pharisees came first. They asked him about paying taxes to Caesar, a question designed to force him into either sedition against Rome or collaboration with the occupiers. Either answer would have disqualified him. He asked them for a coin, pointed at Caesar's image stamped on the metal, and said, "Give back to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's." Matthew 22:21, NIV. They walked away with nothing. The Sadducees came next. They posed a riddle about a woman married to 7 brothers, trying to make the resurrection sound absurd. He corrected them with one verse from Exodus, a passage they had read 1,000 times without seeing what was in it, and they had no answer. The teachers of the law took their shot. They asked him which commandment was the greatest, hoping to catch him dismissing part of the Torah. He quoted Deuteronomy and Leviticus and summarized the entire law in 2 sentences. Nobody could argue with him. Nobody could find a flaw. On Wednesday, the chief priests and elders huddled and plotted. They wanted him arrested, but they were afraid of the crowds because the crowds had already chosen him. On Thursday night, Judas led a group of soldiers and officials to the Garden of Gethsemane. Jesus was arrested. That night and into Friday morning, the interrogation shifted from public debate to closed-door trial. The high priest Caiaphas questioned him. The Sanhedrin questioned him. Herod Antipas examined him and found nothing worthy of a charge. And Pilate, the Roman governor, the man with the final authority in the province, examined him 3 separate times. Every faction in the city took its turn. Religious scholars, political rulers, the Roman governor. 4 days of questioning from every possible angle. And after every examination, after every attempt to find a blemish, the verdict came back the same. Pilate stood in front of the crowd on the morning of Nisan 14 and said it plainly, "I find no fault in this man." Luke 23:4, NIV. 4 days of inspection, no blemish found. Tamim, complete, without defect, whole. That is exactly what the family said about their lambs after 4 days in the house. Bring it in on the 10th. Live with it. Examine it. And on the 14th, if it passes, it is ready. The timing was not a coincidence. It was the rehearsal coming true. On the 14th of Nisan, AD 33, the entire city shifted into Passover mode. If you had stood on the Mount of Olives that morning and looked west toward Jerusalem, you would have seen a city in motion. Pilgrims streamed through every gate. The roads from Jericho, Bethlehem, and Emmaus were packed with families carrying lambs on their shoulders, leading children by the hand, hauling bundles of unleavened bread wrapped in cloth. Josephus estimated that Passover crowds swelled the city's population to several times its normal size. Every room was rented, every rooftop was occupied, every courtyard was full. The temple was the center of everything. Priests in white linen robes moved between the outer courts and the great altar, carrying bronze basins, arranging stacks of acacia firewood on the altar, preparing the incense for the evening offering. The smell of incense and fresh-cut wood and animal sweat hung over the temple courts. Families brought their lambs through the massive gates, past the tables where the money changers and dove sellers did business, past the mikveot, the ritual purification baths carved into the bedrock where every worshiper immersed before entering the inner courts. The Levite musicians were already positioned on the 15 semicircular steps between the court of women and the court of Israel, instruments ready. When the sacrifice began, they would sing the Hallel, Psalms 113 through 118, the songs that praised God for the Exodus, for the parting of the sea, for the deliverance from Egypt. The sound of bleating lambs mixed with the sound of tuning strings and the low, steady blast of the temple shofar marking the hours. The whole city was counting down to 3 p.m. The Passover rehearsal was about to begin, the same rehearsal that had been performed on this exact day at this exact hour for 1,500 years. The priests knew their positions. The musicians knew their cues. The families knew the script. But this year, the rehearsal was over. This year was the main event. Outside the city wall, on a rocky hill called Golgotha, which means the place of the skull, Roman soldiers drove nails into a man's wrists and lifted him onto a cross. The hill was close enough to the temple that the sounds of worship and sacrifice would have carried on the wind. The Gospel of Mark records that the crucifixion began at 9 in the morning, the third hour. Mark 15:25, New IV. For 6 hours he hung there. At noon, something happened that nobody expected. Darkness fell over the whole land. The sky went dark in the middle of the day, without a cloud, without a predicted eclipse. For 3 hours, Jerusalem sat under a darkness that the Gospels describe without explaining. The temple priests continued their preparations by lamplight. The families waited. The lambs bleated in the courtyards. And then, at 3 in the afternoon, the 9th hour by Jewish timekeeping, Jesus cried out in a loud voice. Mark records the moment. With a loud cry, Jesus breathed his last. Mark 15:37, NIV. 3 in the afternoon. The same hour. The exact same hour. While the priests in the temple courtyard were slaughtering the Passover lambs at 3 p.m., Jesus, hanging on a cross a short walk from the temple gates, died. The timing was not approximate. It was not around the same time. It was not sometime that afternoon. It was the same hour, on the same day, on the same calendar that God had set in motion 1,500 years earlier, when he told Moses to write down the instructions in Leviticus. And here is the detail that stopped me cold the first time I read it. When Jesus breathed his last, he said 3 words. John's Gospel records them in chapter 19, verse 30. It is finished. John 19:30, NIV. 3 words. In Greek, it is 1 word. Tetelestai. This was not a cry of defeat. It was not a whimper. It was a declaration. And it was loud enough that the Roman centurion standing at the foot of the cross heard it and was shaken by it. In the 1st century, tetelestai was a common word in everyday commerce. When a merchant delivered goods and received payment, he wrote tetelestai on the invoice. When a debtor finished paying off a loan, the creditor stamped tetelestai on the record. When a prisoner completed his sentence, the word was written on the certificate nailed to his cell door. It meant paid in full, not partially settled, not almost done, not getting close, not we are making progress and will revisit next quarter. The bill is paid. The account is closed. The transaction is complete. The debt no longer exists. Done. When Jesus said, "It is finished," he was using the language of the marketplace, the language of debts and payments, the language that every person in 1st century Jerusalem would have recognized instantly. He was not making a theological statement for future seminary students to parse. He was making a declaration that any shopkeeper, any tax collector, any farmer who had ever paid off a debt would understand in his bones. At 3 p.m. on Nisan 14, in the temple, the high priest slaughtered the final Passover lamb and declared the sacrifice complete. At 3 p.m. on Nisan 14, on a cross outside the city wall, Jesus declared the same thing. Paid in full. 1,500 years of rehearsals, and the opening night arrived on schedule. Same day, same hour, same declaration. I planned a birthday party for 3 months and could not keep 17 people and a restaurant on track for one evening. God held a 1,500-year countdown and landed it to the minute. Let me be clear about what I am saying, because this is the foundation the rest of this book rests on. The timing is not a nice metaphor. It is not a pleasant theological idea that makes for a good sermon illustration. The Jewish feasts, as recorded in Leviticus 23, functioned as prophetic rehearsals, mikra, appointed times that God built into the national calendar of Israel specifically to foreshadow and timestamp the death and resurrection of his Son. The evidence is documented. The Mishnah records the temple schedule. Josephus records the crowd logistics and the scale of the sacrifice. Mark records the hour of death. John records the final words. The calendar is fixed. The math checks out. This was planned. And the plan did not stop at the cross. Passover was only the first rehearsal of the week. 2 days later, on the 16th of Nisan, came another appointed time, the Feast of First Fruits. On that day, the priests walked out of the city into the barley fields and harvested the first grain of the new growing season. A single sheaf was cut, brought to the temple, and lifted toward heaven. The offering said, "Here is the first of the crop. The full harvest is coming." We will get to what happened on that exact day in chapter 4. For now, I will tell you this much. The same calendar that timed the death also timed the resurrection. The same God who set the lamb's slaughter at 3 p.m. on Nisan 14 set the barley harvest on the morning the tomb was found empty. Paul, writing years later, used the phrase directly. He called Jesus the first fruits of those who have fallen asleep. He was not inventing a metaphor. He was pointing at the calendar. The whole week was scripted. Lamb selection on the 10th. Inspection from the 10th to the 14th. Sacrifice at 3 p.m. on the 14th. First fruits on the 16th. Death to resurrection. 6 days on dates fixed 1,500 years in advance. By God, no committee, no political alliance, no religious institution trying to manufacture a Messiah. Just God. Written in a legal code, practiced by an entire nation, every year, in public, with witnesses, on dates that could not be moved. That is the setup. The rest of this book is the evidence. The physical, forensic, scientific evidence that the man who died at 3 p.m. on Nisan 14 left something behind in his burial cloth. Something no medieval forger could have imagined. Something the most advanced technology of the 21st century still cannot explain. We are going to look at the blood, the wounds, the dirt on his knees, the pollen trapped in the fabric, the 3D image that no camera, no paintbrush, and no laser can reproduce. We are going to look at the numbers, the probabilities, and the scientists who spent their careers trying to prove the shroud was a fake and walked away convinced it was real. But before we get to the cloth, I wanted you to see the calendar, because the calendar tells you something about the God who made the plan. And what it tells you is this: He is not the kind of God who shows up late, who wings it, who throws something together at the last minute and hopes it works. He is the kind of God who announces his plan 15 centuries in advance, writes it into the national calendar of an entire civilization, tells them to rehearse it every year until the day arrives, and then executes the plan on the exact day, at the exact hour, with the exact words he always intended. That is who is behind the evidence we're about to examine. And if he planned the death with that kind of precision, imagine what he did with the burial cloth. If you want to see the feast's timeline laid out in color, with every date side by side, the free companion workbook has it. It also has a day-by-day Nisan 10 through 16 infographic that puts the rehearsal and the real event in parallel columns. You can do all of this with a pen and paper, but the color timeline is the kind of thing you will want to pin on your fridge. The link is in the show notes. If you have ever felt like your life is chaos, if your plans fall apart more often than they hold together, if the timing always feels off and you cannot figure out why, if you have sat in your car after a long day, staring at the garage door and not pulling in because you needed 2 more minutes before you walked inside and became someone's husband or wife or parent or employee again. If you have lain awake at 1 a.m. running through the list of things you forgot to do, people you forgot to call, promises you forgot to keep, bills you forgot to pay, conversations you forgot to have. If you have ever stood in your kitchen on a Wednesday night and thought, I cannot hold any of this together, I want you to sit with what we just walked through. God rehearsed your rescue for 1,500 years. He did not wing it. He did not improvise. He did not adjust the plan when Pharaoh resisted, or when the Israelites grumbled in the desert for 40 years, or when the prophets were ignored, or when the temple was burned to the ground and rebuilt from rubble, or when the nation was dragged into exile and returned a generation later. He announced the plan in writing, gave it to an entire nation, told them to practice it every year, watched them practice it for 15 centuries, and then showed up on the exact day, at the exact hour, and said the exact words. That is the kind of planner you are dealing with. And he was not planning a birthday party. He was planning your rescue. And here's the part I keep coming back to. The part that changes everything when I let it land. The Passover lamb did not save itself. The lamb did not try harder. The lamb did not earn its way to the doorframe. The lamb did not pass a test or complete a program or attend a class or read a book about being a better lamb. The lamb did not wake up at 5 a.m. and journal about its goals. The lamb was chosen by the family, brought home, lived with, inspected for 4 days, found without fault, and then killed, so that the people inside the house would live. The blood on the door was not proof of the family's effort. It was proof of the lamb's death. The family did not protect themselves. They did not protect their children. The lamb did. The only thing the family had to do was stay inside and trust that the blood on the doorframe was enough. That is what the rehearsal was teaching year after year, century after century, for 1,500 years. The rescue does not depend on you. It depends on the lamb. Think about that for a minute. Think about the father who painted the blood on the doorframe the first time in Egypt with the angel of death approaching. He did not protect his family with a sword. He did not barricade the door. He did not negotiate with God for better terms. He killed a lamb, painted the blood where God told him to paint it, brought his children inside, and trusted that it was enough. That is faith. An act of trust that the blood on the doorframe would do what God said it would do. And it did. If you are reading this and you feel like you are falling behind, if you feel like you are carrying something you cannot put down, if you have too many blemishes and too many bad days and too many Thursday nights where you sat in your car in the driveway and could not figure out how to walk inside and face the people who depend on you, I want you to hear what the Passover has been saying since the night the Israelites painted blood on their doors in Egypt. You were never supposed to save yourself. That was never the plan. The plan was a lamb. You did not earn this. You were not supposed to. Your freedom was the point all along. It was the point when God dictated the instructions to Moses in the desert. It was the point when the families brought the lamb into their homes and watched its eyes for cloudiness and its wool for spots. It was the point when Jesus rode into Jerusalem on a donkey while the crowds threw branches and shouted, "Save us!" It was the point when Pilate examined him and found nothing wrong. It was the point at 3 p.m. when he said, "Paid in full." And it is still the point right now, at whatever hour you are reading this, on whatever day of the week it happens to be, in whatever parking lot or bedroom or kitchen you are sitting in. The God who kept a 1,500-year schedule to the minute did not lose track of you. He did not forget your name. He did not write the plan for everyone else and leave you out of it. The plan was for every family that painted the blood on the doorframe, and the invitation has not changed. The plan was perfect, and the plan was for you. I am still terrible at planning events. Last month, I tried to arrange a date night. I picked the restaurant. I picked the time. I did not pick up my phone to make a reservation. We drove 25 minutes across town, walked in, and the hostess said, "It'll be about 90 minutes. We ended up eating tacos in the car, in the parking lot of the restaurant that was full. I got salsa on my steering wheel. It is still there. My wife looked at me from the passenger seat, taco in hand, and said, "This is actually better." She was right. Good plans do not require perfection from the people in them. They require someone willing to show up. God showed up, on time, on schedule, to the minute. And he left the receipt. Chapter 2. The receipt is paid in full. Have you ever been so tired that your body started making decisions without you? I hit a wall once on a Tuesday afternoon in March. Not a figurative wall, the real kind. The kind where you are standing in the middle of a parking lot holding a bag of groceries and your legs just stop working. Not dramatically, not like a movie, more like a phone at 2%. The screen flickers, the apps close themselves, and then nothing. I stood there for a full 30 seconds, holding a gallon of milk and a bag of spinach, and thought, I genuinely do not know if I can walk to my car. I had not slept more than 4 hours a night in 9 days. Work was busy. The kids were sick. My wife was handling everything I was dropping, which was most things. I was running on coffee and the stubborn belief that rest is a luxury for people who are less busy than me. I was wrong. My body knew I was wrong long before I did. It just waited until I was holding dairy products in a parking lot to file its formal complaint. I tried to walk. My knees buckled. Not all the way down, just enough to make it clear that they were done cooperating. My wife found me sitting on the curb next to the cart return. I told her I was fine. She looked at me the way you look at someone who is clearly not fine, but who also clearly believes they are fine, which is the most not fine a person can be. Then she said, "You look like someone who just lost a fight with a shopping cart." She was right. And the thing that scared me was not the tiredness itself. It was the realization that my body had been screaming at me for over a week, and I had not listened to a single word. My hands had been shaking since Thursday. My vision got blurry every afternoon around 2. I had a headache that started on a Saturday and was still there the following Wednesday. I ignored all of it. I figured if I just pushed through one more day, one more deadline, one more round of emails, the tiredness would get the message and leave. It did not leave. It sat me down on a curb in a Kroger parking lot and refused to let me stand back up. I want to tell you something I have never told anyone, because it is embarrassing, and because I think you might recognize yourself in it. The reason I did not stop was not because the work was that important. It was because stopping felt like admitting I could not handle it. Somewhere in my head there was a scoreboard, and on that scoreboard, powering through counted as a point, and resting counted as a loss. I had built an entire identity around being the guy who could handle it, the guy who never needed help, the guy who got it done. And the thought of sitting down, of saying, I cannot do this right now, felt like losing everything. That is a terrible way to live. I know that now. But I did not know it then. I thought exhaustion was the cost of being responsible. I thought the shaking hands and the blurry vision were just the price you pay. They are not. They are your body telling you something your pride refuses to hear. Here's what I want you to sit with for a second. What does it look like when a human body is pushed past its absolute limit? Not, I skipped lunch, tired. Not, I stayed up too late, tired. The kind of limit where your organs start shutting down and your blood cannot carry enough oxygen to your muscles, and your nervous system begins misfiring because there is simply nothing left to give. I am not talking about a bad week at work. I'm talking about the kind of exhaustion where your body starts cannibalizing itself to stay alive, where the systems that are supposed to keep you running start shutting down in sequence because there is not enough blood, not enough oxygen, not enough of anything to keep all of them going at once. I ask because that is exactly what the Shroud of Turin records. Not in words, in wounds. Every mark on that cloth is a line item on a receipt, and the total is more than any human being was built to survive. Let me walk you through it. The Romans were not creative about punishment. They were efficient. They had a system, and the system was designed to do one thing: break a person completely before they ever reached the cross. The cross was the finale. Everything before it was the prelude. It started with the flagrum. That is the Latin word for the Roman flogging whip, and there was nothing else in the ancient world quite like it. Picture 3 leather cords, each one about 3 feet long. At the end of each cord, 2 small weights. Some were lead, some were sharpened bone. Some were jagged pieces of metal shaped like small dumbbells. The design was brutally simple. On every swing, those 6 weights would wrap around the body, sink into the skin, and tear it open on the way back. The soldiers delivering the flogging stood on either side of the prisoner. They alternated swings. The lash marks on the shroud confirm this. The angle of the wounds fans outward from 2 different positions, one on each side, exactly the way you would see it if 2 men were taking turns. The Shroud of Turin shows 372 visible lash marks across the man's back, shoulders, and legs. 372. That is the number researchers can count on the areas of the cloth that survived intact. The estimated total, accounting for damaged and folded sections of the linen, is closer to 700 individual impacts. 700 individual impacts from a whip designed to tear flesh. Systematic destruction of the human body carried out with military precision. To put that in perspective, Roman law had different flogging protocols for different punishments. The most severe, the one reserved for capital offenses, had no legal limit on the number of strokes. Jewish law capped flogging at 40 strokes. Paul, in 2 Corinthians, mentions receiving 40 lashes minus 1 on 5 separate occasions. The man on the shroud received something far beyond that. 700 impacts from a weapon designed to shred human tissue. A controlled demolition of the human body. The blood chemistry on the cloth tells the rest of the story. High levels of ferritin and creatinine, both markers of severe physical trauma, show up in the blood stain analysis. These are not normal numbers. They are the numbers you see in a patient whose organs have already begun shutting down. The medical term for what was happening inside this man's body is hypovolemic shock. It means the body has lost so much blood that it cannot maintain normal function. The heart races, trying to compensate. The kidneys begin to fail. The blood thickens. The skin turns pale and clammy. The brain starts losing coherent function. All of this happened before the crucifixion even started. He could not carry his own crossbeam, the heavy wooden patibulum, because the whipping alone was killing him. The Gospels record that the soldiers grabbed a man named Simon of Cyrene and forced him to carry the beam the rest of the way. That is not a theological detail. It is a medical one. The man's body had already entered the early stages of organ failure. He was physically incapable of carrying a 75 to 125-pound wooden beam up a hill. The Romans pulled a random bystander out of the crowd because the prisoner was too close to dying before they could finish killing him. The cloth records all of it. The shroud is a medical document written in blood and bruise patterns. Forensic pathologists who have studied it arrive at the same conclusion. The level of physical trauma visible on this cloth is consistent with Roman crucifixion at its most extreme. And the flogging was just the beginning. After the whipping, the condemned person was forced to carry the patibulum through the streets to the execution site. Picture carrying a railroad tie across your shoulders while your back is shredded open and your blood pressure is plummeting. Every step grinds the raw wood against the open wounds. The shroud shows abrasion patterns on both shoulders, consistent with carrying a heavy, rough object. The wounds overlap with the flagrum marks, meaning the beam was scraping against skin that was already torn open. It is the detail that makes you stop reading for a minute and sit with it. Once at the execution site, the condemned person was laid on the ground with the crossbeam beneath their shoulders. The nails went in. The beam was hoisted up and attached to the vertical post. And then, the slow part began. Here is what most people do not understand about crucifixion. It was not designed to kill quickly. It was designed to kill slowly, in public, as a message to everyone watching. The cause of death was usually asphyxiation. When the body hung by the arms, the chest muscles locked in an inhaled position. The only way to exhale was to push upward on the nails in the feet, straightening the legs, relieving the pressure on the chest for a moment, gasping in one more breath, and then sagging back down. Up, down, breathe, sag. For hours, sometimes for days. Every single breath required pushing the full weight of the body upward through a nail driven through the heel bone. Every exhale meant sliding the shredded back against the rough wood of the vertical post. The shroud records this too. The back shows a continuous smear pattern consistent with the body moving up and down against a flat surface, grinding the flagrum wounds open over and over. The man on the shroud fought for every breath, for hours, until his body could not push upward one more time. I want you to imagine that for a second. Not the theological version, the physical one. A man, already in hypovolemic shock from the flogging, already losing blood pressure, already experiencing kidney failure, is now hanging by his wrists with his back against a wooden post. Every time he needs air, he pushes his body weight upward through a nail embedded in his heel bone, dragging shredded skin across rough wood, and holds himself there just long enough to exhale and inhale once. Then he sags back down. The weight of his body pulls on his arms. The nails in his wrists grind against bone and nerve, and the cycle starts over. That is what crucifixion was. It was not a sudden death. It was a slow, repetitive, public execution by exhaustion. The body killed itself trying to breathe. The Romans designed it that way. They wanted the crowd to watch it happen. They wanted it to take a long time. And the shroud, in its bruise patterns and blood flows and shoulder abrasions, recorded every stage of that process with the precision of a medical chart. Then there is the crown. Every painting you have ever seen gets this wrong. The artists paint a neat little wreath, like a laurel crown from the Olympics, sitting delicately on top of the head. A thin ring of thorns, almost decorative, perched above the ears. That image has been in stained glass windows and oil paintings for 1,000 years. It looks almost elegant. That is not what the shroud shows. The shroud shows a full helmet of thorns, not a ring, a cap, pushed down over the entire scalp, covering the top, sides, and back of the head. The thorns native to the area around Bethlehem and Jerusalem are not the small, sharp pricks you find on a rose bush. These are Ziziphus spina Christi, a species whose thorns grow up to 3 inches long. They are woody. They are rigid. They do not bend. They puncture. When researchers examined the blood-stain patterns on the shroud's head region, they counted between 30 and 50 individual puncture wounds covering the top, sides, and back of the skull. 30 to 50 separate holes driven into the scalp by thorns that were 3 inches long. Now here is something most people do not realize about the scalp. It is one of the most blood-rich areas of the human body. The blood vessels in the scalp run close to the surface and are dense. Even a small cut bleeds heavily. Anyone who has ever seen a child bump their forehead on a table knows this. The amount of blood is always alarming, always worse than the wound itself. The shroud shows blood flowing in thick streams from the forehead, down the temples, around the ears, and pooling at the back of the neck. The flow patterns are consistent with gravity and body position. They follow the natural lines that blood would take if a man wearing a helmet of 3-inch thorns were upright, then tilted forward, then upright again. These are not painted lines. They are fluid dynamics, recorded in dried blood. Here is what changed for me when I learned this. Isaiah wrote something 700 years before the crucifixion that stopped me cold the first time I read it after studying the shroud. He was writing about a figure the Jewish tradition calls the servant of the Lord, a passage Christians identify as pointing forward to the Messiah. Here is what Isaiah said about what would happen to him. I offered my back to those who beat me, my cheeks to those who pulled out my beard. I did not hide my face from mocking and spitting. My cheeks to those who pulled out my beard. The shroud shows evidence of beard plucking. An inverted V pattern of missing hair under the chin consistent with someone having their beard ripped out by hand, one clump at a time. The hair is gone in patches. The skin underneath shows signs of swelling and inflammation. Isaiah described this 700 years before it happened. He described a man who would offer his back to those who beat him and his face to those who pulled out his beard. The shroud shows a man who was beaten across the back with a Roman flagrum and whose beard was torn out under the chin. The cloth recorded what the prophet predicted. 7 centuries apart, written in Hebrew poetry on one end, written in blood and bruise patterns on the other. And while we are talking about what the shroud shows us about this man, here is something worth pausing on. The image on the cloth gives us a clear picture of the person who was wrapped in it. He was approximately 5 feet 10 inches to 5 feet 11 inches tall. He weighed between 170 and 180 pounds. He had long hair parted in the middle and a full beard. His build was that of a man who worked with his hands, muscular but not large, the body of a carpenter or a stonemason, someone whose strength came from daily labor rather than leisure. This is a real person, not a symbol, not an abstraction, a specific man with a specific height and a specific weight and a specific face, who went through every one of these injuries in a specific place on a specific day. The shroud does not let you keep the crucifixion at arm's length. It puts you in the room. It shows you the body. It says, this is what it looked like. This is what it cost. Now, here is where it gets interesting. The nails. Every stained glass window, every Renaissance painting, every roadside crucifix you have ever passed shows the nails going through the palms of the hands. It is one of the most recognizable images in all of Western art. It has been reproduced millions of times. It is what every child pictures when they hear about the crucifixion. And every single one of them is wrong. The shroud shows the nail wounds in the wrists, not the palm. First, the nails themselves. These were not finishing nails from a hardware store. Roman crucifixion spikes were square-shafted iron, 6 to 9 inches long, roughly the thickness of a man's index finger. Iron was expensive in the 1st century, so the Romans reused their spikes. The same nail that killed one man on a Friday was pulled from the wood, cleaned off, and driven into another man the following week. They were tools, maintained and recycled like any other piece of military equipment. Here is why the wrist placement matters, and why it matters a great deal. A human palm cannot support the weight of a hanging body. The tissue between the finger bones, the metacarpals, is too soft. Under the weight of a grown man, the nail would tear through the flesh and the body would fall forward off the cross. It would not hold. Try hanging a 170-pound bag from a nail driven through a piece of raw steak. That is approximately what you are asking the palm to do. It will not work. The Romans knew this. They were crucifying people across the entire empire for centuries, and they got very good at the engineering of it. They drove the nails through the wrists, through a small gap between the carpal bones called Destott's space, a tiny opening about the width of a pencil eraser, where the wrist bones separate just enough for a square spike to pass through. This is structurally sound. The bones of the wrist lock around the nail like a bracket, and the body holds its own weight. The nail cannot tear through because the bones prevent it. This is anatomy that was not understood in the medieval period. It was not understood until modern dissection studies confirmed it. Every artist in Europe painted nails through the palms because nobody had a reason to question it. It looked right. It matched the tradition, and nobody was cutting open cadavers to check. But the shroud got it right, and it did not stop at the wrists. In 1968, archaeologists working in Jerusalem discovered the remains of a man who had been executed by Roman crucifixion during the 1st century. His name, inscribed on his ossuary, was Yohanan ben Hagalgol. He lived and died during the era of Pontius Pilate, and he is, to this day, the only known crucified skeleton ever recovered by archaeology. What they found was remarkable. A square iron nail, roughly 7 inches long, was still embedded in Yohanan's right heel bone, his calcaneus. Between the nail head and the bone, a small disc of olive wood was still attached, a washer the executioners placed to keep the foot from sliding off the spike. The nail had been driven straight through the side of the heel and into the wooden upright of the cross. During or after the crucifixion, the tip of the nail bent, catching on a knot in the olive wood. It could not be pulled out. So they buried him with the nail still in place, olive wood washer and all. That nail sat in the ground for 2,000 years. It is now in the Israel Antiquities Authority collection. The shroud shows the same nail placement, through the wrists, through the heel bone, matching the only archaeological evidence of Roman crucifixion we have ever pulled out of the earth. A French surgeon named Pierre Barbet spent years studying crucifixion anatomy. In 1953, he published a book called A Doctor at Calvary. After decades of research, he asked one question that still hangs in the air every time new evidence surfaces from the shroud. Could a medieval forger have imagined this? Think about what a forger in the 1300s would have needed to know. He would have needed to understand the structural mechanics of crucifixion, which had not been practiced in Europe for nearly 1,000 years. He would have needed to know that palms cannot support body weight, but wrists can. He would have needed to know the exact location of Destats space. He would have needed to know that nails go through the heel bone, not the top of the foot, at a time when every painting in every church showed the opposite. Medieval artists did not have this knowledge. They had no crucified skeletons to study. They had no anatomy textbooks. They had tradition and imagination. And both were wrong. The shroud knew better. And here is a detail that is easy to miss, but hard to forget once you see it. When researchers at the Institute of Crystallography in Bari, Italy, applied digital image restoration to the hands region of the shroud, they found something the naked eye cannot detect. Liberato De Caro and Cinzia Giannini, both scientists with the Italian National Research Council, published their findings in the Journal of Cultural Heritage in 2017. Using specialized digital filtering, a technique called top hat transform, combined with bilateral image processing, they recovered faint features that had been hidden in the weave of the linen for centuries. What they found was the right thumb. The right thumb is visible only as a tip tucked unnaturally under the palm in a stressed, rigor mortis fixed position, consistent with nerve injury from a nail through the wrist. Let me explain why this matters, because it is one of those details that look small until you understand the anatomy behind it. When a nail is driven through the wrist, it passes through or near the median nerve. The median nerve controls movement in the thumb. When that nerve is damaged, the thumb contracts involuntarily, folding hard against the palm. The muscle that pulls it inward, the flexor pollicis longus, fires without command from the brain. The thumb locks in place. It does not relax. After death, rigor mortis sets in and freezes the thumb in that exact position. It stays there permanently. That is what De Caro's digital restoration revealed. The tip of the right thumb, barely visible, frozen in a contracted position that only makes anatomical sense if the man on this cloth had a nail driven through his wrist while he was still alive. and his body then went through rigor mortis after death. You do not choose this. Your body does it on its own. It is an involuntary response to nerve trauma, locked in place by the chemistry of death. A medieval forger would have needed to understand three things simultaneously: Roman crucifixion technique, the anatomy of the median nerve, and the effect of rigor mortis on tendons damaged during life. In the 14th century, without anesthesia, without dissection, without a medical textbook, without ever having seen a crucified body, the combination is not plausible. The detail is too precise, too anatomically specific, and too far beyond what any person in the medieval world could have known. Then there is the blood. The blood on the shroud has been typed. It is type AB. In the general global population, type AB is rare. Only about 4 to 6% of people alive today carry it. It is the rarest of the 4 major blood groups. Here is a fact that makes forensic scientists sit up straight. In 1977, a team led by S. Mickle published a study in the American Journal of Physical Anthropology. The study examined 68 ancient skeletons excavated from burial sites in and around Jerusalem. Of those 68 skeletons, 50.91% tested as type AB. Over half. 68 skeletons is a small number, and ancient blood is hard to type. But the ratio caught my attention. In a modern global population, you would expect 4 to 6%. In ancient Jerusalem burial sites, you get over 50%. That is a striking discrepancy. The researchers published the finding. They did not explain it, they simply reported it and moved on. Draw your own line on what that means, or do not. The evidence is there. It does not insist on anything. It sits quietly in a peer-reviewed journal published in 1977, waiting for whoever wants to look at it. What I find interesting about this is simpler than you might expect. Every piece of physical evidence on the shroud points to a man who died in Jerusalem, was buried in Jerusalem, and bled the same blood type that shows up in over half of the ancient skeletons pulled from Jerusalem's burial sites. It is one more detail in a growing pile of details that all point the same direction. But the blood type is not the strangest part. The strangest part is the color. Blood turns brown. Everyone knows this. You cut your finger, the blood dries, it goes from red to rust to brown, and eventually it turns almost black. That is what happens when hemoglobin, the oxygen-carrying molecule in your blood, oxidizes. It is basic chemistry. It happens to every blood stain on every piece of fabric, every bandage, every crime scene, everywhere on Earth. Except the blood on the Shroud of Turin. After 2,000 years, the blood on the shroud is still red. That should not happen. Blood does not stay red. It cannot stay red. The oxidation process that turns blood brown is as reliable as gravity. It happens in hours, sometimes faster. Leave a drop of blood on a white t-shirt and check it in the morning. It will be brown. Check it in a week. Darker. Check it in a year. Almost black. Now picture a cloth that has been in existence for roughly 2,000 years. The blood on it should be long past brown. It should be indistinguishable from the staining around it. Every piece of conventional chemistry says so. But the blood on the shroud is red. Bright, visible, unmistakably red. And for decades, nobody could explain why. Until 1995. Dr. Alan Adler figured out why. Adler was a blood chemist at Western Connecticut State University. He was Jewish, which matters for what comes next. In 1995, Adler published his analysis of the shroud's blood chemistry and found something no one had expected. The blood contained extremely high levels of bilirubin. Bilirubin is a chemical your body produces when it breaks down old red blood cells. Under normal circumstances, your liver filters it out and disposes of it. You never notice. It happens constantly. But when a person is subjected to extreme, prolonged physical trauma, the kind of trauma that causes multiple organ systems to fail simultaneously, the body floods the bloodstream with bilirubin faster than the liver can clear it. The levels spike far beyond normal. Bilirubin is yellow-orange. When it mixes with methemoglobin, the oxidized form of hemoglobin found in dried blood, it creates a permanent reddish tint. The blood does not brown, it stays red. The chemistry is straightforward once you understand it, but the conditions that produce it are specific. The man whose blood stayed red was experiencing catastrophic organ failure while he was still alive and still bleeding. His body was breaking down from the inside while the outside was being destroyed by flogging, thorns, and nails. That is what Alan Adler found. A Jewish blood chemist, studying a cloth associated with the founder of Christianity, confirmed that the blood remained red because the man who bled on it was tortured to death over a period of hours while his organs systematically shut down. The bilirubin is chemistry. Straightforward, reproducible, publishable chemistry. But the chemistry only works if the trauma is real, if the suffering was real, and if the blood is real. Here is what happened next, and this is the part I've been waiting to tell you since the introduction. Barry Schwartz, the official documenting photographer of the 1978 STURP examination, had spent 17 years as a skeptic. Schwartz was an Orthodox Jew. He had been invited to join STURP because he was one of the best technical photographers in the country, not because he had any personal interest in a Christian relic. He photographed the shroud up close for 5 straight days. He documented every fiber, every stain, every fold, and he walked away unconvinced. The science was impressive, but he was not ready to draw the conclusion it seemed to be pointing toward. For 17 years, he looked at the evidence, respected the scientific rigor behind it, and kept his distance. He did not dismiss the shroud. He simply did not commit to it. Then Alan Adler called him. Adler told Schwartz about the bilirubin. He explained why the blood was still red. He walked through the chemistry step by step. And Schwartz, who is a photographer and not a chemist, asked Adler to explain it again, and then again, because what Adler was describing was not just an interesting chemical finding. It was the answer to the one question Schwartz had never been able to resolve in 17 years of fence-sitting. If the shroud is a forgery, why is the blood still red? Think about it from the forger's perspective. If you are faking a crucifixion image in the 14th century, you have 2 options for blood. You can use paint, which can be any color you choose, or you can use real animal blood, which will turn brown within days and stay brown forever. There is no third option. You do not know about bilirubin. You do not know about organ failure biochemistry. You do not know that extreme trauma produces a chemical that prevents blood from oxidizing normally. That knowledge does not exist in your century. It will not exist for another 600 years. So if you are a forger, you either paint red blood, which scientists will immediately identify as paint, or you use real blood, which will turn brown and not match the image of a fresh crucifixion. Either way, you lose. But the blood on the shroud is real, and it is red, and the chemistry explains why. Schwartz did not become a Christian. He has never claimed to be one. What happened was something different and, to me, something more remarkable. He returned to his own Jewish faith with a deeper conviction than he had felt in decades. A Jewish photographer, studying a cloth that bore the image of a Jewish man executed by Roman authorities in first-century Jerusalem, found that the evidence brought him back to the faith of his own ancestors. He did not cross a line into Christianity. He crossed a line into honesty. He looked at the bilirubin, the blood type, the wrist nails, the flagram marks, the thorn punctures, and he asked himself the same question every serious person eventually has to ask when they look at this evidence. What is the simplest explanation that accounts for everything? That is not a religious question. It is a scientific one. And Schwartz, who had spent his career trusting what the camera showed him, answered it the same way he had always answered it. He looked at what was there. He followed the evidence. What the shroud showed him was not a theological argument. It was evidence, processed through scientific methodology, examined by credentialed experts from multiple disciplines. And the evidence pointed somewhere he could not ignore. 17 years of professional skepticism ended by a phone call about bilirubin. I think about that phone call a lot. Two Jewish men, one a blood chemist and one a photographer, talking about why ancient blood stays red. Neither of them came to this research looking for Jesus. One was studying blood chemistry, the other was documenting a piece of linen. And the evidence led them both to the same place, not to a church, not to a denomination, but to the honest conclusion that whatever happened to the man on this cloth, it was real. The blood is real. The trauma is real. The suffering is real. And the identity of the man who endured it becomes harder and harder to explain away the more closely you look. So let me ask Pierre Barbet's question one more time, now that you have seen the full list. Could a medieval forger have done this? Could he have placed the nail wounds in the wrists instead of the palms, at a time when every painting in Christendom put them in the palms? Could he have known to position a thumb in a contracted, rigor mortis locked position consistent with median nerve damage? Could he have placed real human blood on the cloth, type AB, still red after centuries because of bilirubin levels only present in someone dying of organ failure? Could he have replicated the flagram's two executioner pattern, the abrasion marks from carrying a crossbeam, the blood flow patterns consistent with a helmet of thorns, and gravitational shifts between upright and forward-leaning body positions? Could he have faked post-mortem blood separation in the side wound, matching an eyewitness account he may never have read? Could one person in the 1300s have known all of that? The forensic record on this cloth requires knowledge from anatomy, neurology, blood chemistry, fluid dynamics, Roman military history, and crucifixion physiology. It requires knowledge that did not come together in any single discipline until the 20th century. And it requires it to be right. Not approximately right, exactly right, right down to the involuntary thumb contraction and the bilirubin concentration in the blood. That is not forgery. Forgery requires you to know what you are faking, and nobody in the medieval world knew any of this. I want to come back to those thorns for a moment. 3-inch Bethlehem thorns driven into the scalp in a full helmet. 30 to 50 puncture wounds. Blood streaming down the face, the temples, the neck. That is the forensic reality recorded on the cloth. But there is a layer underneath the forensics that changes everything. The first time thorns appear in the Bible is in the 3rd chapter of Genesis. It is one of the oldest scenes in all of Scripture. Adam and Eve had just broken the one rule. God is speaking to Adam, and this is what he says. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil, you will eat food from it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. Genesis 3:17-18, New IV. Thorns are the first physical consequence of sin in the entire Bible, before disease, before death, before exile. The ground itself changes. What once grew freely now resists. The earth that was made to nourish starts producing things that cut. Thorns are what the cursed ground gives back. That is where thorns enter the story. Page 3 of the Bible. The beginning of everything going wrong. And in 33 AD, in a Roman courtyard in Jerusalem, soldiers took those thorns and pressed them into the skull of Jesus of Nazareth. He wore the curse. The Roman soldiers did not know what they were doing in any theological sense. They grabbed whatever sharp plants were growing nearby and shoved them onto his head as a joke. A mock crown for a man who claimed to be a king. They did it for the entertainment. They did it because cruelty was cheap and power felt good. They did not know they were placing the physical symbol of humanity's oldest punishment onto the head of the man who came to absorb it. But the shroud recorded it. 30 to 50 thorns, blood flowing in streams. The curse of Genesis, worn as a crown. I grew up hearing about the crucifixion in church. I heard it every Easter. I heard it in sermons and in songs and in Sunday school flannel board presentations where Jesus looked calm and the cross looked clean. And I never once connected the thorns on his head to the thorns in Genesis 3. I never once realized that the first curse and the final payment were made of the same material. That the thing God said the cursed earth would produce was the thing they used to mock his son. Once you see that connection, you cannot unsee it. The entire story from Genesis to Golgotha runs through the thorns. They are the thread that ties the first failure to the final payment. And the shroud shows them pressed into human skin, leaving 30 to 50 puncture wounds and rivulets of blood that dried in streams down a living face. There is a psalm written roughly 1,000 years before the crucifixion that says this about the one God protects. He protects all his bones, not one of them will be broken. Psalm 34:20, NIV. Roman crucifixion had a final step called crurifragium, which literally means the breaking of the legs. When the Romans wanted to speed up death, they would take a heavy mallet and break the shin bones of the crucified. Without the ability to push upward on the nail through the feet, the body could no longer lift itself to breathe. Asphyxiation followed within minutes. It was the Roman version of mercy. John, who was standing at the foot of the cross, records what happened. But when they came to Jesus and found that he was already dead, they did not break his legs. John 19:33, NIV. The soldiers broke the legs of the two men crucified on either side of him. They walked up to Jesus, saw he was already dead, and moved on. 1,000 years before Rome invented crucifixion, a psalm described this exact outcome. The method of execution did not exist yet. The practice of breaking the legs did not exist yet. But the psalm said his bones would not be broken, and they were not. The shroud shows no evidence of broken legs. But John did not stop at verse 33. The very next verse records what happened instead. One of the soldiers pierced Jesus' side with a spear, bringing a sudden flow of blood and water. John 19:34, New IV. The shroud shows a large wound on the left side of the chest, plunging between the 5th and 6th ribs. The angle is upward, aimed into the heart. The wound dimensions, roughly 3 to 4 inches wide, match the exact width of a 1st century Roman infantry lance. This was not a stab in the dark. This was a trained soldier confirming a kill, the way he had been taught, with the weapon he carried every day. The spear went in between the ribs the way a key goes into a lock. It fit because it was designed to fit. And here is where it gets remarkable. The blood that flowed from the side wound is chemically different from every other blood stain on the shroud. Every other wound, the wrists, the feet, the back, the scalp, bled while the man was still alive. That blood dried normally. But the blood from the spear wound shows something else entirely. It shows separation. Heavy red blood cells pooled on one side of the stain. Clear, watery fluid, what doctors call blood serum, spread on the other. The two layers are distinct and visible. This is what happens when blood sits inside a dead body. After death, gravity pulls the heavier red cells downward, and the lighter serum rises to the top, the same way oil separates from vinegar in a jar you stopped shaking. When the spear opened the chest, both layers poured out together, blood and water. That is post-mortem blood, blood that left the body after death. And it is the forensic signature that tells researchers with clinical certainty that the man on this cloth was already dead when the spear went in. Now read John's words again. He was standing right there. He watched it happen, and he wrote down exactly what he saw: blood and water. Not just blood and water. Two fluids coming out together from a wound in the side of a dead man. John did not know what post-mortem blood separation was. He did not know about the density difference between red blood cells and serum. He did not know that what he was describing had a name in forensic pathology. He was just reporting what his eyes saw. Two things came out, not one. Blood and something else, something clear, something that looked like water. 2,000 years later, forensic science confirmed that what John described is exactly, precisely, medically what happens when a spear punctures the chest cavity of a person who has recently died. The separation he reported is the separation the shroud records. An eyewitness account written in a fishing village in the 1st century, confirmed by blood stain pattern analysis in a laboratory in the 21st. Flogging, thorns, wrist nails, heel nail, a thumb locked by nerve damage, blood that should have turned brown but did not, a body that fought for breath against rough wood for hours, legs that were never broken, a spear wound between the 5th and 6th ribs that released blood and water exactly as an eyewitness recorded it. Every line item on this receipt matches. Every wound confirms what the prophets predicted and what the Gospels recorded. And the cloth preserved it all. The receipt matches the prophecy. I sat in that parking lot for 15 minutes before I stood up. My wife pulled the car around. She did not lecture me. She did not say, "I told you so." She just put her hand on my shoulder and said, "You are not a machine." She was right. I am not. And neither was he. The difference is what he did with the pain. I was exhausted because I refused to stop. I pushed myself past the limit because I thought being useful was the same thing as being valuable. Somewhere along the way, I confused productivity with worth. I treated rest like weakness and fatigue like a character flaw. And my body broke down because that is what bodies do when you treat them like tools instead of gifts. I sat on that curb and thought about all the things I was doing that week. The emails, the deadlines, the projects. And I realized something that should have been obvious but was not. None of those things required me to destroy myself. The only thing that required my destruction was the scoreboard I had built in my own head, the one that said my value was tied to my output, the one that told me resting was failing. That scoreboard was a lie. It had always been a lie, and I had been living by it for years. Jesus was exhausted for a completely different reason. He was not proving his value. He already knew his value. He was not trying to earn anything from anyone. He was paying a debt that was not his. Every lash across his back, every thorn pressed into his scalp, every nail driven through his wrists, every drop of blood that stayed red for 2,000 years because his organs were failing while he was still alive. All of it was a line item on a receipt for a bill you and I ran up and could never pay back. Think about those numbers one more time. Let them land. 372 lash marks, 30 to 50 thorn punctures, square iron spikes through both wrists, a nail through the heel bone, a thumb frozen in a contracted position because the spike through the wrist destroyed the nerve that controlled it, beard torn out by hand, evidence of repeated movement against the rough wood of the cross as the body fought for every breath. A spear wound between the 5th and 6th ribs that released separated blood and serum, confirming death before the blade ever went in. Blood chemistry showing organ failure. Blood still red after 2,000 years because of bilirubin levels that only exist in someone who was tortured to death. That is the receipt, written in wounds, preserved in linen, confirmed by forensic science, blood chemistry, and digital image restoration by Italian physicists working with equipment that did not exist until the 21st century. And it is stamped, paid in full. You do not have to earn this. That is the whole point of a receipt. A receipt means the transaction is already complete. The debt is settled. You are not still paying. You are not on a payment plan. You are not working off the balance on weekends and holidays, hoping that if you do enough good things, the ledger will eventually tip in your favor. That is the lie I believed in the parking lot, that my worth was something I had to produce, that rest was a luxury and exhaustion was a badge, that if I stopped, I would lose something I could never get back. But the receipt says different. It says the price has already been paid. All of it, every cent, every line item, by someone who knew exactly what it would cost and chose to pay it anyway. It is finished. He said so himself. At 3 p.m, on the same day the Passover lambs were being slaughtered in the temple, with the same words the high priest spoke over the final sacrifice. The thorns of Genesis are gone. The curse was placed on his head, not yours. Whatever you are carrying today, whatever weight is pressing down on your shoulders, whatever voice in the back of your mind keeps repeating that you are not enough and you never will be, that voice is reading from an old ledger, one that has already been closed, one that has already been paid, one that has a stamp across it in blood that will not turn brown. The new one says paid. Put it down. You were never meant to carry it. The receipt proves it. Chapter 3. The Dirt and the Skeptics. In 7th grade, I forged my mother's signature on a progress report. Not because the grades were terrible. They were mediocre. A couple of C's, a B- in science, and a D in conduct that I did not want to discuss at the dinner table. The D was the problem. Everything else I could explain, but a D in conduct meant a phone call, and a phone call meant my mother asking the teacher what happened, And what happened was that I had been caught passing notes to a girl named Amber Wilson during a film strip about plate tectonics. The note said, "This is boring." The teacher read it to the class. Amber did not speak to me for 2 weeks. So I decided to sign the progress report myself. I practiced for 20 minutes at my desk using a ballpoint pen because my mom always used ballpoint. I studied her signature from an old permission slip I pulled out of the recycling bin. I got the loopy K right. I nailed the little squiggle she did on the H. I even tilted the paper at the same angle she tilted it, which I had studied the night before like a jewel thief casing a vault. The ink color matched. The slant matched. The pressure on the page felt right. I was proud of that signature. I held it up to the light and compared it to the permission slip, and I could not tell the difference. I turned it in the next morning with the confidence of a man who has gotten away with something. My teacher held the paper up to the light, looked at me over her glasses the way teachers have been looking at 7th graders since the invention of school, and said, "Your mother dots her I with a circle. You used a dot." One detail. The loops were perfect. The slant was perfect. The ink color was perfect. But I had missed a detail so small that I did not even know it existed, and it blew the whole operation apart. I sat in the principal's office for 45 minutes. When my mother arrived, she did not yell. She did not lecture. She sat down, looked at me, and said, "A circle, Caleb. I use a circle." Then she shook her head and signed the real form in front of me with a circle dot so large it could have been a planet. I learned 2 things that day. First, do not forge your mother's signature. Second, and this is the one that stuck, faking the big things is easy. It is the small details, the ones you did not know to fake, that bring the whole thing down. I think about that signature every time someone tells me the Shroud of Turin is a medieval forgery. Because the forgery argument has the same problem my 7th grade signature had. The broad strokes look plausible from a distance, but the tiny details, the ones a medieval faker would not have known to fake, those are what give it away. But not everybody looked at this cloth and saw what I see. Some very smart people looked at it and called it a fake, and their arguments deserve a serious hearing, because if the evidence for the shroud cannot survive its best critics, it is not worth your time. In 1389, a French bishop named Pierre d'Arcy sat down to write a letter to the Pope. D'Arcy was the Bishop of Troyes, and he had a complaint. A small church in a nearby town called Lirey was displaying a cloth that it claimed bore the image of Christ, and pilgrims were streaming past the bishop's own cathedral to see it. D'Arcy wrote that a previous bishop, a man named Henri de Poitiers, had investigated the cloth decades earlier and discovered that an artist had painted it. The artist had confessed. Case closed. That memorandum has been the single most cited historical accusation against the Shroud for over 600 years. And it sounds damning. A sitting bishop writing to the Pope, reporting a confession from the artist himself. Here is what the memorandum does not have. A signature. The document was never signed. It was never dated. Both surviving copies are unsigned drafts sitting in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. No sealed finalized version exists in the Vatican archives or anywhere else. Pope Clement VII's response in 1390 contains no reference to receiving any prior letter from D'Arcy, which was contrary to standard practice. When a pope responded to a bishop's complaint, he cited the complaint. Clement did not cite one. A name. D'Arcy says an artist confessed to painting the cloth. He does not name the artist, not once, Not anywhere in the document. A bishop reporting a fraud to the Pope, and the forger remains anonymous. And here is the part that stopped me. The predecessor, Bishop Darcy's cites Henri de Poitiers, the one who supposedly uncovered the fraud. His only surviving document, dated May 28, 1356, praises the chapel at Léré where the shroud was displayed. He ratified and approved the religious activities there. If Henri had discovered a forgery, his own written record says the opposite. Darcy's had a reason to want the shroud shut down. His cathedral at Troyes was half-built and kept collapsing. Pilgrims were walking past it to visit the cloth at Léré instead. Revenue, reputation, and ecclesiastical authority were all at stake. That does not automatically make him dishonest, but it does mean his unsigned, undated complaint deserves the same scrutiny as the cloth itself. In 1979, a microscopist named Walter Macrone examined fibers from the shroud and said he found paint. Macrone was not a crank. He was one of the most respected microscopists in the world, and he had spent decades building his reputation on the careful analysis of tiny particles. When he looked at fibers pulled from the shroud's surface, he identified iron oxide, which is the base ingredient of red ochre pigment. He concluded the image was painted using a technique called grisaille in a tempera medium, sometime around 1355. The STIRP team, the 33 scientists from Los Alamos, Sandia, and JPL who had direct access to the shroud, examined the same evidence with 12 additional instruments: X-ray fluorescence, ultraviolet and infrared spectroscopy, microchemical analysis. They found that the iron oxide Macrone identified was present everywhere on the cloth, including areas with no image at all. The concentration was the same on the image and off the image. If iron oxide were the paint, you would expect more of it where the image is darker and less where it is lighter. The distribution was uniform. The iron appeared to have come from the retting process, the ancient method of soaking flax to make linen, not from a paintbrush. Chemists John Heller and Alan Adler examined the same fibers and found what Macrone's microscope could not detect: hemoglobin, albumin, bilirubin, the chemical fingerprint of actual human blood, degraded by age into a form called acid methemoglobin. A microscope can tell you a particle is iron oxide. It takes spectrophotometry to tell you that same particle is denatured blood. Both scientists were looking at the same evidence. Macrone saw paint. Heller and Adler saw blood. The molecular level analysis, confirmed by multiple independent methods in the decades since, supports the blood identification. Joe Nickel, a paranormal investigator with a PhD and a senior research fellowship at the Committee for Skeptical Inquiry, proposed a different theory. He said a medieval artist could have wrapped wet cloth over a carved bas-relief sculpture, let it dry, and rubbed powdered pigment onto the surface, the way you make a rubbing of a gravestone. In photographs, his demonstrations produced images that looked roughly shroud-like. The technique explains the negative image quality and the absence of brush strokes. The problem shows up when you look closer. When researchers put Nickel's reproductions through the same VP8 image analyzer that had revealed the shroud's three-dimensional data, the results distorted. The shroud produces a clean, proportional 3D relief of a human face. Nickel's rubbing does not. The shroud's image sits on only the outermost 200 nanometers of the topmost fibers of the cloth. No rubbing technique, no matter how delicate, can apply pigment to only the top 200 nanometers of a fiber without driving particles deeper. And the shroud image contains no pigment particles at all. The image is a chemical change to the cellulose of the linen itself, not something added to the surface. Darcy had an unsigned memo and no named artist. Macron had iron oxide that turned out to be blood. Nickel had a rubbing that fell apart under the same imaging tools that made the shroud famous. Each argument looked convincing from a distance. Each one failed on the small details. Which brings us to the biggest challenge the shroud has ever faced. Here is the thing. There was a moment when it looked like the case was closed. And it is worth sitting with that moment because the people who closed it were not amateurs. They were some of the best scientists in the world. In 1988, three of the most respected radiocarbon laboratories on the planet, the University of Arizona, the University of Oxford, and the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in Zurich, each received a small sample of linen from the shroud. They tested those samples independently using carbon-14 dating, which is the gold standard for figuring out how old organic material is. Here is how it works in plain language. Every living thing absorbs a type of carbon called carbon-14 from the atmosphere. When the thing dies, the carbon-14 starts decaying at a predictable rate. Measure how much is left, and you can calculate when the organism was alive. Think of it like a clock built into the fabric itself. The older the cloth, the less carbon-14 remains. All three labs came back with the same general answer. The shroud dated to somewhere between 1260 and 1390 AD. Medieval. The results were published in the journal Nature in 1989, and the headline wrote itself. The shroud was a fake, a clever forgery from the Middle Ages. Case closed, move on. Nothing to see here. And millions of people did move on. Newspapers ran front-page stories. Professors cited the study in lectures for the next 3 decades. The 1988 carbon-14 test became the trump card in every conversation about the shroud. You would mention the linen cloth at a dinner party, and someone would say, "They already proved it's medieval," and the conversation was over. You could feel the air go out of the room. The verdict had been handed down by 3 world-class labs. Who were you to argue? I would not have argued either. If you had asked me about the shroud in 2005, I would have said exactly what everyone else said. They carbon dated it. It's medieval. End of story. But here is what nobody mentioned, and it is the kind of detail that changes everything once you hear it. All 3 labs tested a sample from the exact same corner of the cloth. That corner had a name, the Reyes corner, named after a Belgian textile expert named Gilbert Reyes, who had studied it in 1973. And the Reyes corner had a problem that nobody caught in 1988. Or, if they caught it, nobody said it out loud in front of the cameras. In 1532, a fire broke out in the chapel at Chambéry, France, where the shroud was stored. The fire melted part of the silver reliquary, and drops of molten silver burned through the folded cloth, leaving symmetrical scorch marks. After the fire, a group of poor Clare nuns repaired the damage. They were skilled textile workers, and they patched the burned areas with new material. They also reinforced certain edges of the cloth, including the corner that would later be named after Gilbert Reyes. The repair work was done with cotton, not linen, dyed to match the original color so the patch would blend in. To the naked eye, the repair was invisible. The nuns did beautiful work. Under a microscope, the fibers told a different story. The original cloth was pure linen. The patch was cotton. The 3 labs in 1988 cut their sample from that repaired corner. They tested a medieval patch. They dated the repair, not the original. They tested a patched corner. Here is what happened next. Now, I can hear what you are thinking, because I thought it too. That is convenient. Of course the believers say the labs tested the wrong spot. Fair enough. That is a reasonable reaction. If someone told me that the most definitive scientific test ever conducted on a religious artifact was wrong because of a sewing repair, I would raise an eyebrow. I would want proof. So let's talk about proof. Because a statistician named Tristan Casabianca went looking for it, and what he found changed the conversation. For 29 years, the raw measurement data from the 1988 test had been locked away. The British Museum, which coordinated the entire project, held the individual measurements from all 3 labs and refused to release them. The published Nature paper showed the final averaged results, but the individual readings, the raw numbers from each subsample tested by each lab, those stayed behind closed doors. You could see the verdict. You could not see the math. In 2017, Casabianca filed a Freedom of Information request. The British Museum released the raw data. 29 years of silence, broken by a single request. Casabianca and his co-authors, Marinelli, Pernigallo, and Torrisi, took those raw numbers and ran them through the standard statistical tools that scientists use when they need to check whether different measurements of the same thing actually agree with each other. One of those tools is called OxCal, a software program developed at Oxford specifically for radiocarbon analysis. OxCal produces something called an agreement index, which is a number that tells you how well a set of measurements line up. If the agreement index is above 60%, the measurements are considered consistent. Below 60%, there is a statistical problem. The agreement index for the 1988 Shroud data was 41.8%. That is a failing grade. To put it in terms you do not need a statistics degree to understand, imagine 3 witnesses in a courtroom, all claiming they saw the same car accident. The prosecutor says their stories match. But when you sit down and compare the details, Witness 1 says the car was blue and going 30 miles an hour. Witness 2 says it was green and going 50. Witness 3 says it was blue, but the driver was a woman, while the other 2 say a man. The headlines match. The details do not. An agreement index of 41.8% means the 3 labs' individual measurements are not telling the same story. Something about the sample was different from one lab to the next. Casabianca's team ran a second statistical test called ANOVA, which stands for Analysis of Variance. ANOVA is a standard tool that checks whether the differences between groups, in this case the 3 laboratories, are larger than what you would expect from random measurement noise. If the differences are just noise, the test returns a high p-value and you shrug and move on. If the differences are real, the p-value drops below 0.05, which is the standard threshold in science for "this is statistically significant." The ANOVA test returned a p-value of 0.0046 for the laboratory factor. That is almost 10 times below the significance threshold. That number is a fire alarm. It means the results depended on which laboratory did the testing, which should be flat out impossible if all 3 labs received pieces of the same uniform cloth. If I handed you 3 identical slices of the same loaf of bread and you sent them to 3 bakeries to estimate when the bread was baked, the bakeries should come back with roughly the same answer. If they do not, the slices were not identical. The bread was not uniform. Something was different about the sample. Casabianca's team published these results in 2019 in the journal Archaeometry, which is the flagship journal of archaeological science published by the University of Oxford, the same Oxford that ran one of the 3 original carbon-14 labs. The conclusion, in the author's own words, was that no test now requires that the 1988 radiocarbon dating offers conclusive evidence. That single sentence, published in a peer-reviewed journal, landed on the 1988 verdict like a crack in a windshield. It did not shatter it into pieces. Cracks rarely do. But it made it impossible to look through the glass without seeing the break. I want to tell you how I felt when I first read Casabianca's paper, because I think it matters. I was sitting at my kitchen table at about 10:30 at night. I had been reading about the shroud for 3 weeks at that point, which my wife had noticed because I kept leaving tabs open on my laptop and mumbling about radiocarbon half-lives during dinner. She told me I was turning into the kind of person who corners people at parties. She was not wrong. But I read Casabianca's paper, and I got to the 41.8% number, and I stopped. I went back and read it again. Then I looked up what the threshold was supposed to be, 60%. Then I looked at the p-value, 0.0046. And I sat there and thought, for 30 years, the entire public conversation about this cloth was built on a test that, when someone finally checked the raw numbers, did not even pass its own statistical threshold. I am not a scientist. I cannot run Oxcal. I could not tell you how ANOVA works without looking it up. But I can read a number, and 41.8 is less than 60. That does not take a PhD. That takes second-grade math. The 1988 result is not what the headlines sold. The statistical foundation that held up the forgery conclusion for 30 years does not hold. The sample was contaminated, patched, or both. And the consensus that the shroud is medieval, the one that shut down 1,000 dinner party conversations for 3 decades, was built on a foundation that a team of independent statisticians just showed has a fracture running through the middle of it. That is the negative case. The 1988 dating is broken. But breaking a bad answer does not give you a good one. You can prove that a clock is wrong, but that does not tell you what time it actually is. For that, you need a different clock. In 2022, a physicist named Liberato De Caro at the Institute of Crystallography in Bari, Italy, part of the Italian National Research Council, published a paper in the peer-reviewed journal Heritage using a dating method called wide-angle X-ray scattering, or WAXS. WAXS has nothing to do with carbon, nothing to do with radioactive decay. Instead of measuring how much carbon-14 is left, WAXS measures how the crystal structure inside the linen fibers has broken down over time. Here is the simplest way to think about it. Linen is made from flax, which is a plant. The fibers of that plant are made of cellulose, which is a chain of sugar molecules stacked together in a crystal pattern. Over centuries, that crystal pattern slowly degrades, like a brick wall losing mortar 1 grain at a time. The older the linen, the more degradation. WAXS reads the X-ray scattering pattern of those cellulose crystals and translates it into an aging factor, a number that estimates how long the fibers have been decaying. Think of it like reading the rings inside a tree trunk. Except, instead of counting rings, you are measuring how much the internal structure of the fiber has crumbled. De Caro's team measured a single flax thread from the shroud and calculated an aging factor of 0.60. Then they compared it to linen samples of known age, including a fragment recovered from the ruins of Masada, the mountain fortress in Israel where Jewish defenders held off a Roman siege until 73 to 74 AD. Masada has a hard date. The siege happened. The fortress fell. The linen found in those ruins dates to that destruction, and the Masada linen's aging factor matched the shrouds. The paper explicitly states that the result is compatible with the hypothesis that the TS is a 2,000-year-old relic. De Caro's team also asked the obvious question: What would the aging factor be if the cloth were only 7 centuries old, as the 1988 test suggested, and it spent all that time in Turin's relatively cool climate of about 55 degrees Fahrenheit? They ran the model. The number came out at roughly 0.027. That is a fraction of the measured value of 0.60. The cloth is too degraded to be medieval. It is structurally too old. If the shroud were only 700 years old and had lived its entire life in northern Italy, its cellulose crystals would be in far better condition than they are. The fibers tell a different story than the 1988 carbon-14 test did. I want to be transparent about something here. WAXS dating is newer and less established than radiocarbon dating. It has not been around for as many decades, and it has not been applied to as many samples. One of the co-authors on the paper, Giulio Fonti, has been a shroud researcher for years, which means the paper is not coming from a team with zero prior interest in the subject. But the lead author, De Caro, and his colleague Cinzia Giannini work at the Institute of Crystallography at Italy's National Research Council, which is a legitimate, independent government lab. The paper is peer-reviewed, the method is real, and the result is consistent with every other line of evidence we are about to look at. 2 independent methods. The first says the 1988 dating is statistically broken. The second says the cloth matches 1st century linen from a documented Israeli archaeological site. Casabianca knocked the old answer down. De Caro offered a new one. A 1-2 sequence that happened 30 years apart using completely different scientific tools, arriving at a conclusion that would have sounded impossible to anyone sitting in a newsroom in 1988 reading the Nature headline. I remember the night I first put these 2 papers side by side. It was late. I had printed both of them out, which my wife found amusing because she thinks nobody prints things anymore, and she is right. But I am the kind of person who needs to hold a paper in his hands and underline things with a pencil, or the information does not stick. I spread them across the kitchen table and traced the argument from Casabianca's demolition to De Caro's reconstruction. Negative to positive. Broken clock to working clock. And I thought, this is a cold case that just reopened. But the age of the cloth is only one question. Here is the other one. Where has this thing been? Start with the pollen. Because the pollen is the kind of evidence that, once you hear it, you cannot unhear. A Swiss botanist named Max Frey spent 5 years of his life collecting and analyzing pollen samples from the surface of the shroud. Frey was not a hobbyist. He was not a retiree with a magnifying glass and a lot of free time. He was a professional forensic botanist, the kind of scientist police departments called when they needed plant evidence analyzed at a crime scene. He knew pollen the way a mechanic knows engines. He could look at a grain under a microscope and tell you the species, the region where it grew, and the season it bloomed. Pollen is stubborn. If you have ever dealt with allergies in April, you already know this. It sticks to everything. It embeds itself in fabric fibers, gets into crevices, and refuses to leave. And it survives for centuries, sometimes millennia, because the outer shell of a pollen grain is made of a substance called sporopollenin, which is one of the most chemically resistant biological materials on Earth. It resists acid, it resists heat, it resists time. It does not care about your theory. It just sits there, on the surface of whatever it landed on, waiting for someone with a microscope to come find it. Frey spent 5 years working through the shroud's pollen, grain by grain. He identified 58 distinct pollen species on the cloth. 38 of those species, nearly 2 out of every 3, are native only to the area around Jerusalem and bloom specifically in the spring, in April and May. Let me give you a picture of what that means. Imagine you found a winter coat in the attic of a house in Stockholm that you just bought. The previous owners left no records. You have no idea where the coat came from. You send fibers from the coat to a lab, and the lab tells you, this coat has pollen from 40 different plants. 26 of them only grow within 30 miles of Tokyo and only bloom in March. You would not need a receipt to know that the coat had been in Japan. The flowers do not lie. They grow where they grow and bloom when they bloom, and their pollen sticks to whatever is nearby. 38. Jerusalem Springtime Pollens. On a cloth that was supposedly made in France or Italy in the 14th century. A medieval forger would have needed to visit Jerusalem in April, collect pollen from dozens of native plants, transport it back to Europe without losing it, and press it into the cloth. And he would have needed to do this 600 years before anyone invented the microscope to check for pollen. He would have been faking evidence for a test that did not exist yet. Then there is the dirt. And this one is personal for me because the dirt is what made this whole investigation feel different from a theological argument. The dirt is not theology. The dirt is geology. It does not care what you believe. Scientists found travertine limestone on the surface of the shroud, specifically on the nose, the knees, and the feet. Travertine is not garden variety dust. You cannot just scrape some off a sidewalk in Milan and call it a match. It is a specific type of calcium carbonate with a crystal structure called aragonite, and its chemical composition varies from region to region the way water from different wells has different mineral profiles. A geologist can tell you where a sample of travertine came from, the way a sommelier can tell you which vineyard grew the grapes. The travertine on the shroud matches the bedrock under Jerusalem. Think about where it was found. The nose, the knees, the feet. Those are the contact points of a body that has fallen forward. If you are carrying a 100-pound crossbeam on your shoulders and you stumble on a stone road, your knees hit first, then your face. The dust from the road grinds into the wounds. When you are later wrapped in a burial cloth, that dust transfers to the fabric, pressed into the linen by the weight of the body against the cloth. Jerusalem dust on the nose, knees, and feet of a cloth that the 1988 test says was never in Jerusalem. Dust from the exact kind of stone that lines the streets of the old city, on the exact body parts you would expect if the man had fallen while carrying a beam through those streets. A medieval forger, remember, is working in France or Italy in the 1300s. He would need to know the chemical composition of Jerusalem's bedrock. He would need to acquire actual travertine from that specific region. He would need to apply it to the cloth in precisely the right locations, not randomly scattered, but concentrated on the nose, knees, and feet, as if he understood forensic transfer patterns 6 centuries before forensic science existed. Now, here is the DNA. And this one requires me to do something I do not love, which is tell you up front that the evidence is real, but complicated. I would rather give you a clean win. But clean is not always honest, and honest is more important. In 2015, a team of geneticists led by Gianni Barcaccia at the University of Padua, working with colleagues at the University of Pavia, published a study in Scientific Reports, which is part of the Nature family of journals. These are not small-name outlets. If you publish in Scientific Reports, your work has passed peer review by other scientists in your field who check your methods, your data, and your conclusions. Barcaccia's team vacuumed dust particles from the surface of the shroud and extracted 2 kinds of DNA, plant DNA and human mitochondrial DNA, the kind of DNA that traces maternal ancestry and is passed from mother to child. From the plant DNA, they identified 19 species. From the human mitochondrial DNA, they found haplogroups, which are genetic family groups from all over the map. Western European, Near Eastern, Arabian Peninsula, Indian subcontinent, North and East African. The profile does not point to one population. It points to many populations across many centuries. The profile reads like a travelogue of every place and every set of hands the cloth has passed through. That travelogue maps onto the exact historical route the shroud is believed to have followed. Jerusalem to Edessa in modern-day Turkey, to Constantinople, to Athens, to Chambéry in France, and finally to Turin in Italy. Here is where I want to be careful with you, because this is a place where other books would oversell the finding, and I am not going to do that. The Barkatya study is published, peer-reviewed, and legitimate, but the authors themselves say something important. The DNA diversity on the cloth does not exclude a European medieval origin. A cloth handled by thousands of pilgrims from many nations over many centuries in medieval Europe could theoretically accumulate the same diverse DNA profile. Pilgrims came from everywhere. They touched everything. If a medieval cloth sat in a European cathedral and was handled by visitors from across the continent and beyond, you would expect to find exactly the kind of DNA diversity that Barkatya found. I could skip that caveat. I thought about it. My wife asked me once why I keep complicating things, and she had a point. It would be cleaner to say the DNA proves it traveled from Jerusalem to Europe and move on. But that is not what the paper says. And if I start overstating evidence to make my case easier, I become the kind of writer I do not want to be. I become the kind of writer who deserves the raised eyebrow. So here is what I can tell you honestly. The DNA is consistent with a cloth that traveled from the Middle East to Europe over 2,000 years. It is also, honestly, consistent with a cloth that sat in Europe and was handled by people from many places over several centuries. It does not prove origin. It does not exclude origin. What it does is sit in the same pile of evidence as the pollen and the limestone and the aging factor, pointing in the same direction as everything else. One more fingerprint on the same surface, compatible with the same story. Here is another piece you will not hear about in most conversations, and this one does not have a question mark. It has a date stamp. Before the carbon-14 test ever happened, before the DNA study, before the WAXS analysis, before any of the modern scientific tools were applied to the cloth, there was already a documented historical record of the shroud that predates the 1988 medieval window by more than 700 years. In 544 AD, a cloth bearing the face of Christ was documented in the city of Edessa in what is now southeastern Turkey. The historical records come from Byzantine court documents, church historians, and the records of Emperor Justinian I himself. The cloth was called the mandilion, which means cloth or towel in Byzantine Greek. It was venerated in Edessa for centuries. In 944 AD, a Byzantine army negotiated a treaty specifically to bring the cloth to Constantinople, which tells you how seriously the empire took it. This was not a minor relic tucked in a corner of a parish church. This was a state asset that emperors bargained for. From Constantinople, the cloth traveled through Greek Orthodox hands. It passed through Athens, through Naples, through centuries of custody in Eastern churches and courts. For roughly 1,000 years, this cloth was in Christian hands, documented, referenced, and venerated. before it surfaced in Western Europe in the 14th century, which is where the 1988 carbon-14 window places its origin. Think about that timeline. The carbon-14 test said the cloth dates to 1260 at the earliest, but written historical records describe a cloth matching the shroud from 544 AD. That is 716 years before the window even opens. That is not a small discrepancy. That is not a rounding error. That is like finding your grandmother's diary from 1935, in which she writes about the quilt on her bed that her mother made, and then a lab report telling you the quilt was manufactured in 2020. Either your grandmother was lying, or the lab tested the wrong quilt. And here is something that matters for a completely different reason. The shroud's history in Christian custody was not primarily a Roman Catholic history. I mention this because one of the biggest reasons Protestant Christians dismiss the shroud is that they associate it with Catholic veneration culture. Relics, saints' bones, pieces of the true cross, that whole world feels foreign to a lot of Protestants. And when you say Shroud of Turin, they hear Catholic relic and move on. But the math does not support that framing. For the first millennium of its documented existence, the shroud was in Greek Orthodox hands. Constantinople, Athens, Naples, 1,000 years of Eastern Orthodox custody before it reached the Western Church. The first Europeans to venerate this cloth were not Roman Catholics. They were Eastern Orthodox Christians. This cloth does not belong to any one denomination. It belongs to the whole Church. Every tradition, every branch. If you are a Christian, this is your history too. Now, here is where the math gets wild. An Italian mathematician named Bruno Barbaras has spent decades studying the shroud. Barbaras is a physicist and mathematician born in Turin in 1953. He has served as chairman of the scientific committee of the International Center for Shroud Studies. He has given over 4,000 lectures on the shroud worldwide. He has personally presented the cloth to audiences more than 100 times. This is not a man with a casual interest. Barbaras asked a straightforward question that nobody had tried to answer with actual numbers. What are the odds that the man on the shroud is someone other than Jesus of Nazareth? He identified 7 features visible on the cloth that, taken individually, occur in a certain percentage of all known crucifixion victims and first-century Jewish burials, but taken together form an extraordinarily rare combination. The man was buried in linen, a Jewish burial custom. He wore a crown of thorns, which is not part of any standard Roman execution. He carried a horizontal crossbeam, a patibulum, which left abrasion marks on the shoulders. He was nailed, not tied with ropes. He received a spear wound in the side, but no broken legs. Soldiers skipped the leg breaking, called crurifragium, because he was already dead. He was not washed or anointed before burial, which violates normal Jewish custom and matches the urgency described in the Gospels. And he was removed from the cloth within 72 hours because there are no decomposition stains. Barbaras assigned a historical frequency to each feature based on what we know about Roman crucifixion practices and Jewish burial customs. Crown of thorns. The Romans crucified thousands of people across the empire. Almost none of them were given a crown of thorns. That was mockery, not protocol, aimed at one man who claimed to be a king. Nailed rather than roped. Less common than most people think. Many crucifixion victims were tied to the cross, not nailed. No leg breaking. The standard procedure was to break the legs to speed up death by asphyxiation. Skipping it was the exception, done only when the victim was already dead. No body washing. Jewish custom required washing and anointing the body before burial. Skipping it means the burial was rushed, which is exactly what the Gospels describe, with Sabbath approaching and no time for the full preparation. And no decomposition stains, which means the body was in the cloth for less than 72 hours, not long enough for the biological processes to leave their mark. Each feature, by itself, narrows the pool of candidates. Multiplied together, they narrow it to a pinpoint. The composite probability that the man on the shroud is anyone other than Jesus of Nazareth? 1 in 200 billion. Let me help you picture that number, because numbers with 11 zeros in them stop meaning anything after a while. The entire human population of Earth right now is roughly 8 billion people. Barbaros's number is 25 times larger than every person alive today. Imagine filling 25 planet Earths with people, every continent, every island, every house. Then, close your eyes and pick one person at random. The odds of picking the right one are the same odds that the man on the shroud is not Jesus. And Barbaros is not the only one who ran the math. In 1981, Kenneth Stevenson and Gary Habermas, working independently from Barbaros, published their own probability calculation in Verdict on the Shroud. Different methodology, different assumptions, different mathematical approach. Their number? 1 in 82,944,000. Smaller than Barbaros's number, but still staggering. If you filled a football stadium 83 times and picked one person at random from the combined crowd, the odds of picking the right person are the same odds that this cloth wrapped someone other than Jesus. Two independent studies, different decades, different methods, different teams, both landing in the same territory. The odds that this cloth wrapped anyone other than one specific man, executed in one specific way, in one specific city, at one specific moment in history, are so small that the word unlikely does not come close. Pierre Barbet, a French surgeon who spent years studying the shroud's wound patterns in the 1950s, asked the question that ties all of this together. Could a medieval forger have known any of this? Could a forger in the 14th century have faked Jerusalem pollen from 38 species that bloom only in the spring? Could he have pressed travertine limestone from Jerusalem's bedrock onto the nose, knees, and feet of a cloth in exactly the locations where a fallen body would collect road dust? Could he have anticipated a blood type that would not be discovered for 500 years? Could he have fabricated a DNA profile consistent with a travel route from the Middle East through Turkey and Greece to Western Europe? Could he have forged an aging factor that matches linen from a first-century fortress in the Judean desert? Could he have arranged 7 forensic features with a combined probability of 1 in 200 billion? And could he have done all of this while wrapping the cloth in pure linen, exactly as Jewish burial law required? Leviticus 19:19 says, "Do not wear clothing woven of 2 kinds of material. Pure linen, no mixed fibers." And Matthew 27:59 records, "Joseph took the body, wrapped it in a clean linen cloth." Clean linen. The Gospels describe exactly what Jewish law required, and the shroud delivers exactly that. Pure linen in a herringbone weave, consistent with first-century Levantine textile production. The raise corner, the spot the labs tested in 1988, had cotton mixed in. Dyed cotton, woven by medieval nuns who were repairing fire damage from 1532. The original cloth is linen. The patch was cotton. The labs tested the patch. The clock they read was not the Shroud's clock. It was the nun's clock. Here is what I keep coming back to. When I forged that signature in 7th grade, I missed the dot on the I. One detail, one tiny detail that I did not even know to look for, and it brought the whole forgery down. The big strokes were fine. It was the small things that got me. The skeptics look at the shroud and see big strokes, a cloth, an image, a carbon-14 test that returned a medieval date. And from across the room, the forgery case holds together the way my signature held together from across the room. The loops looked right. The slant looked right. But my teacher picked up the paper and looked at the small things. And the small things told the truth. 38 Jerusalem pollens. Travertine limestone from the bedrock under the old city. A statistical teardown of the 1988 data that fails at 41.8%. An X-ray scattering analysis that matches 1st century Masada linen. A DNA travelogue consistent with a route from the Middle East to Europe. A documented historical record from 544 AD that predates the carbon-14 window by 7 centuries. 1,000 years of Greek Orthodox custody. And 2 independent probability studies from 2 different decades using 2 different methods that put the odds of this being anyone other than Jesus at 1 in 82 million, or 1 in 200 billion. The big strokes said my signature was real. The small details said it was fake. The big strokes say the shroud is fake. The small details say it is real. And in my experience, in courtrooms and crime labs and 7th grade principals' offices, it is always the small details that tell the truth. If you want to see the pollen distribution map in color, with all 38 Jerusalem species plotted against the shroud's historical travel route, the free companion workbook has it. It also has the raise corner diagram showing exactly where the 1988 sample was cut. The maps are worth the download. Link in the show notes. Here is why this matters, and it is the thing I want you to carry with you after you put this chapter down and go make dinner, or pick up the kids, or stare at the ceiling at midnight. I grew up hearing a version of Christianity that felt like it lived in the clouds. Heaven was up there somewhere. God was a concept. Faith meant closing your eyes and believing hard enough. And I did. I closed my eyes. I believed. But there was always a part of me, the part that reads ingredients labels and checks the math on restaurant tips, that wanted to know if any of this was anchored to something I could touch. Christianity does not ask you to believe in a fairy tale. It does not require you to park your brain at the door and just take someone's word for it. Faith is real. Faith has always been enough. God has never needed a piece of linen to prove that he showed up on a Friday afternoon in Jerusalem. But he left one anyway. He left it in the dirt. In the pollen of 38 plant species that grow around Jerusalem in the spring and nowhere else on earth. In the travertine limestone pressed into the cloth at the nose, the knees, and the feet. Dust from a real road in a real city that matches the bedrock still underneath the old city today. In the cellulose degradation of flax fibers that match linen from a 1st century fortress in the Judean desert. In the DNA of the people who touched it across 3 continents and 2,000 years. In the mathematics that narrow the identity to one man with odds so small they make the lottery look like a coin flip. In the raw data that sat locked in a British Museum archive for 29 years until someone filed a Freedom of Information request and discovered that the numbers the world had trusted for 3 decades did not add up. The God of the Bible is not a God of abstraction. He is a God who makes things out of dirt. He formed Adam from the dust of the ground. He healed a blind man with mud and spit. He knelt in a garden called Gethsemane and sweat blood into the soil. And when he died on a cross on a hill called Golgotha, the dust of a real road in a real city clung to his nose and knees and feet. And that dust transferred to a piece of linen, and that linen survived 2,000 years, and the dust is still there. It is still there. Scientists can still test it, and it still matches. I used to think that asking questions about your faith was a sign of weakness. Like, if your faith was strong enough, you would not need evidence. You would just know. And there are people who have that kind of faith, and I admire them. My grandmother was one. She could not have told you what carbon-14 was if you had handed her a pamphlet, and she believed with a certainty I envied for years. But I am not my grandmother. I am the guy who checks the math. I'm the guy who reads the footnotes and looks up the sources and sits at the kitchen table at 10:30 at night reading a peer-reviewed statistics paper, because my brain will not let a number go until I understand where it came from. And what I have learned from the pollen and the limestone and the WAXS analysis and the probability calculations and the FOIA data is that asking questions does not weaken faith. It roots it. It takes something you believed in the air and plants it in the ground. Christianity is rooted in real places. Jerusalem is a real city with real streets and real bedrock that you can scrape and test. Golgotha is a real hill. The tomb was carved from real rock by a real man named Joseph of Arimathea. And the cloth that wrapped the body was pressed against real skin, stained with real blood, dusted with real limestone from a real road. You can analyze that blood. You can map that pollen. You can scatter X-rays through those fibers and measure the degradation. The evidence is there. It has been there for 2,000 years. It waded through the Middle Ages. It waded through the Renaissance. It waded through the Enlightenment and the Industrial Revolution and the invention of the microscope and the mass spectrometer and the X-ray scattering machine. It waited for someone to finally look at the raw data. And when they looked, the small details told the truth, the same way they always do. You do not have to check your brain at the door to follow Jesus. Bring it in. Bring your questions. Bring your doubts. Bring the skepticism you have been carrying since someone told you that smart people do not believe this stuff. Bring your microscope and your statistical software and your late-night Wikipedia habit. The evidence is not afraid of the light. Chapter 4. The 34 billion watt flash. Last October, a thunderstorm knocked out the power in our house at 9:47 on a Tuesday night. I know it was 9:47 because I was checking the score of the football game on my phone, and then the living room went black. The TV died mid-play. The refrigerator stopped humming. The ceiling fan above me slowed and clicked to a stop like a clock winding down. And then, nothing. Just me, the couch, and the kind of darkness that reminds you how much of your life depends on things you never think about. I sat there for a minute, doing that thing where you stare at your phone screen like it is a flashlight and a rescue beacon and a teddy bear all in one. My wife called from the kitchen. "Did you pay the electric bill?" I had. I was pretty sure I had. I checked my phone. I had. The thing about sitting in total darkness is that you notice what you stopped noticing. The house makes sounds you have never heard. The walls settle. Something ticks behind the drywall, and you wonder if it has always done that, or if something alive just moved in there. Your eyes try to adjust, but there is nothing to adjust to. because there is no light at all, not even a sliver under the door, not even the little green dot on the smoke detector. Just dark. The heavy kind. The kind that sits on your chest. I got up to do something useful. I'm not sure what. I think I walked to the kitchen to check if the stove still worked, which it did because it is gas. But I did not actually want to cook anything. I just wanted to move, to feel like I was solving the problem. My wife, who is better at stillness than I am, stayed on the couch and said, "Sit down. The power company knows." I did not sit down. I opened the junk drawer, which is the drawer in every American home that contains batteries from 2019, a screwdriver that does not fit anything, takeout menus from restaurants that closed during the pandemic, and exactly 0 flashlights. I found 2 candles. One smelled like pumpkin spice, and the other smelled like ocean breeze, which is not a real thing and never has been. I lit them both, and my wife looked at me across the kitchen counter in candlelight that made our house smell like a fall catalog had collided with a car air freshener. She said, "This is either romantic or a fire hazard." I told her I was going for romantic. She told me I had wax on my shirt. We sat there for 43 minutes. I know because I kept checking my phone like a kid on a road trip asking how much longer. My wife stopped checking after about 5 minutes. She leaned back in her chair, put her feet up on the stool, and looked perfectly content. I was the one fidgeting. Pulling up the power company's outage map on my phone, refreshing it again. I am not good at sitting still when I cannot control the situation, which is most situations, which is the whole problem. The candles flickered. The house creaked. I ate 3 cookies from a package on the counter because eating is what I do when I am anxious and the lights are out and there is nothing else to occupy my hands. And then, without warning, every light in the house came on at once. The TV blared. The fridge kicked back to life. The ceiling fan started spinning again. The hallway light, which I had left on before the power went out, lit up like a spotlight aimed directly at my face. And I flinched. I actually flinched, full body, because after sitting in total darkness for 43 minutes, the sudden flood of light felt like getting hit in the face with a camera flash. My wife laughed. "You just jumped." I had. Like a grown man startled by his own living room. Because when you have been sitting in the dark long enough, even normal light feels like an explosion. Here is what I did not know at the time. 2,000 years ago, something happened in a sealed stone tomb in Jerusalem that makes a power grid snapping back on look like a nightlight in a hallway. And the evidence of it, the physical, measurable, scientific evidence, is still sitting on a piece of linen in Turin, Italy. Not as a painting, not as a stain, as something no laboratory on Earth has been able to explain. And it started with barley. In Chapter 1, we looked at the Passover rehearsal. God set up a calendar in Leviticus 23, a schedule of appointed times, mikra, rehearsals for the real event. On Nisan 10, the lamb was selected. On Nisan 14, the lamb was slaughtered at 3 p.m. Jesus entered Jerusalem on the day the lambs were chosen. He died at the hour they were killed. He spoke the words the priests spoke. The timing was not a coincidence. It was a rehearsal that became the main event. But Passover was not the last feast on the calendar. 3 days later came the Feast of First Fruits. And if Passover was the rehearsal for the crucifixion, First Fruits was the rehearsal for something else entirely. The Mishnah, the ancient Jewish legal code, records exactly what happened during First Fruits in a passage called Menachot 10, verse 3. On the evening that the Sabbath ended, as the sun dropped below the horizon on Saturday night, priests walked out to a barley field near the temple. It was dark. The Sabbath was over, but the sun was gone. And in that darkness, with no torches and no lamps, they cut the first sheaf of the new harvest, the first grain of the year, the first sign that death had not won, that the ground was still producing, that life was still coming up out of the dirt. They did this in the dark, not at sunrise, not at noon. In the dark, at the border between Sabbath and the first day of the week, they bent down with a sickle and cut barley by feel, by memory, by faith that the field was where they left it. The Mishnah describes the process in detail. 3 men, each with a sickle and a basket, cutting a specific measure of grain from a field that had been marked and prepared days earlier. They called out to one another in the dark to make sure they were doing it right. Has the sun set? Yes. Shall I reap? Reap. Cutting barley in the dark. That was the rehearsal. And the rehearsal had a very specific day on the calendar. In AD 33, the year Jesus was crucified, Nisan 16 fell on April 5th. Cambridge physicist Colin Humphreys and astronomer Graham Waddington confirmed this date in 2 published studies, one in the journal Nature in 1983 and one in the Journal of the American Scientific Affiliation in 1985. Both Pharisee and Sadducee calendar reckonings agree on this. April 5th, AD 33. First fruits. Paul knew what this meant. Writing to the church at Corinth, a group of believers who were arguing about everything and getting the basics wrong, and generally acting like most churches I have attended, he put it plainly. But Christ has indeed been raised from the dead, the firstfruits of those who have fallen asleep. 1 Corinthians 15:20, New IV. He did not pick that word by accident. Firstfruits. The first sheaf cut from the field in the dark. The first sign that the ground was still alive. The first proof that winter was over and the harvest was coming. And just like the priests cut that first barley on a specific night, April 5th, AD 33, Paul says the resurrection happened on the same feast day, the same night. God's calendar, running on time. I want you to picture that Saturday evening. The body of Jesus has been in the tomb since Friday afternoon. Joseph of Arimathea wrapped him in linen and laid him inside. The stone is rolled shut. Roman soldiers are guarding the entrance. The Sabbath has passed in silence. The disciples are hiding. Peter is somewhere in the city, replaying the worst night of his life. Mary Magdalene is counting the hours until Sunday morning, when she can return to the tomb with burial spices. And while all of that is happening, while the whole world is grieving or afraid or standing guard, priests in a barley field are bending down in the dark and cutting grain. Rehearsing the harvest. Rehearsing what life looks like when it comes up out of the ground. As the sun set on Saturday evening, the priests began cutting the first barley in the dark. Sometime in those same hours, something happened inside a sealed tomb. Nobody saw it happen. No camera was rolling. No eyewitness stepped forward to describe the exact moment. The Gospels record the discovery of the empty tomb on Sunday morning, but the event itself, the actual resurrection, happened when no one was looking. In the dark, in silence, behind a sealed stone, under a Roman guard, with nobody watching. The biggest event in human history, and it happened the same way the priests cut the barley, in the dark, without an audience, without a press conference or a trumpet blast or a spotlight. Just a body in a tomb, and a God who keeps his appointments. But something left a mark. A physical mark on a physical cloth. And when scientists finally got their hands on that cloth, what they found broke every category they had for explaining it. Here is what they found. The image on the Shroud of Turin does not sit on the cloth the way paint sits on a painting. It does not soak into the fibers the way a stain soaks into a tablecloth. It does not rest on the surface the way ink rests on paper. It sits on the absolute outermost surface of each linen fiber, in a layer so thin that the only way to describe it is with a number that sounds made up. 200 nanometers. That is 0.2 microns. About 1/5000th of a millimeter. To put that in terms you can feel, take a single human hair. A human hair is about 70 microns thick. Now, imagine slicing that hair sideways into 350 equal layers. The shroud image lives on a layer thinner than one of those slices. If you set that layer of linen fiber on a table and tried to lift it with tweezers, it would crumble to nothing in your fingers. That is how thin this image is. Giulio Fanti and his team at the University of Padua confirmed this measurement in their 2010 study of the shroud's surface characteristics. Paolo De Lazzaro's research group at Enea Labs in Italy verified it independently in 2012 using vacuum ultraviolet laser experiments. 2 separate teams, 2 separate countries, 2 separate methods. Same number, 200 nanometers, 1/5000th of a millimeter. As we saw in the introduction, there is no paint, no pigment, no dye, no chemical residue of any kind. The image is a discoloration of the linen itself, as if something scorched the surface without burning through. Like a sunburn on cloth that has lasted 2,000 years. In 1978, STIRP, the 33-person scientific team from Los Alamos, Sandia, and JPL that we met in the introduction, got their hands on the shroud for direct examination. These were nuclear physicists, optical engineers, spectroscopy experts, organic chemists, and image analysts who spent their days reading data from satellites and spacecraft. They spent 19 months preparing for 5 days of hands-on testing. They brought equipment that weighed over 8 tons. They ran X-ray fluorescence scans. They took ultraviolet and infrared photographs. They pressed sticky tape against the cloth to lift individual fibers for microscopic analysis. They tested the chemistry of the bloodstains. They mapped the spectral properties of the image point by point. One of the team members was Don Lind. Lind was a NASA astronaut who had led the imaging work on the Voyager, Viking, Mariner, and Galileo space missions. When NASA needed someone to process photographs sent from Jupiter or Saturn or the moons of distant planets, they called Don Lind. He knew what light did to a surface, what radiation did to film, what different forms of energy left behind when they interacted with matter. He knew imaging the way a plumber knows pipes. It was the thing he had spent his entire career studying. Lind's presence on the STIRP team tells you something about the caliber of people who took this seriously. This was not fringe science. This was not a group of believers looking for confirmation. The STIRP team included skeptics, agnostics, and at least one member, Barry Schwartz, the team's documenting photographer, who was an Orthodox Jew and wanted nothing to do with a Christian relic. They came because the science was interesting, and they stayed because the data did not match anything they had seen before. After years of analysis, STIRP released their conclusion. And this is the part that stops me every time I read it. They said, "We can tell you what it is not. We cannot tell you what it is." Sit with that for a second. That is not a statement from a church. That is not a claim from a preacher. That is 33 scientists from weapons labs and space agencies, after more than 1,000 hours of direct testing with some of the most advanced equipment available in the late 20th century, admitting publicly and on the record that the image on this cloth does not fit any known explanation. Not paint, not photography, not rubbing, not contact transfer, not vapor deposition, not scorching from a heated statue, not any chemical, physical, or artistic process they could identify or reproduce. They tested it against everything they knew. Nothing matched. They knew what it was not. They could not say what it was. 2 years before Stirp's examination, something even stranger happened. 2 physicists, Eric Jumper and John Jackson, had an idea. Jumper worked at Sandia National Laboratories. Jackson was at the Air Force Academy. Both had access to a piece of equipment called the VP-8 image analyzer. The VP-8 was built for one purpose: to convert brightness levels in a photograph into elevation data. If a photograph shows a bright spot, the VP-8 reads that as a high point. If it shows a dark spot, the VP-8 reads it as a low point. The military used it to turn flat satellite photos into 3-dimensional terrain maps for nuclear weapons targeting. NASA used it to map the surfaces of other planets using images sent back by spacecraft. Here is why this matters. When you put a normal photograph into the VP-8, you get garbage. Random spikes and valleys that look like a crumpled sheet of aluminum foil. A photo of your face would produce nonsense because the brightness in a regular photograph comes from lighting angles, not from the actual distance between the camera and each point on the subject. Your nose looks bright because the lamp is shining on it, not because the VP-8 can tell your nose is closer to the camera than your ears. In 1976, Jumper and Jackson put a photograph of the shroud into the VP-8. It did not produce garbage. It produced a coherent, anatomically correct 3-dimensional human face. The nose was higher than the cheeks. The cheeks were higher than the eye sockets. The forehead rose above the brow. Every feature mapped precisely to its actual physical distance from the surface of the cloth. The 3D rendering looked like a face because it was a face, encoded in the brightness of the image itself. Think about that. Every point on the shroud image contains distance information. The darker the point, the closer the body was to the cloth. The lighter the point, the farther away. The brightness at each location corresponds directly to the physical gap between the linen and the skin beneath it at that exact spot. The tip of the nose, which pressed against the cloth, is the darkest. The sides of the cheeks, where the cloth draped away from the face, are lighter. The recesses of the eye sockets, which were the farthest from the fabric, are lightest of all. This is not how any image made by human hands works. Every painting, drawing, sketch, and print in the history of art uses shading to create the illusion of depth. An artist makes one side of a nose darker because that is where the light does not reach. The VP-8 reads those artistic dark patches as actual depth, and the result is nonsense because the shading is a trick. Beautiful, skillful lies, but lies. They fake depth. They do not contain it. The shroud image does not fake depth. It contains it. Every pixel, if you could call it that, carries the actual measurement of how far the body was from the cloth at that precise location. It is not an artist's impression. It is a topographical map of a human body, compressed into a flat piece of linen. No painting in the history of art does this. No photograph does this. No rubbing, printing, stamping, or chemical application produces true 3D distance data. The only way an image can contain this kind of information is if the image was created by something radiating outward from the body itself, with the intensity of the signal decreasing as the distance from the body to the cloth increased. Like a light source inside the body, projecting outward in all directions at once, dimmer where the cloth was farther away, brighter where it pressed against skin. Think of it like holding a flashlight against a bed sheet from behind. The spot where the flashlight presses the sheet is brightest. The edges, where the sheet drapes away from the light, are dimmer. Except in this case, the flashlight was not a flashlight. It was a body, and the bed sheet was a burial cloth wrapped around it. And the light was something no one has been able to identify or reproduce. I realize I am throwing a lot of science at you, and I am the last person who is qualified to throw science at anyone. I nearly failed chemistry in high school because I could not keep the periodic table straight. And I once confused hydrogen and helium at a dinner party, which my wife found hilarious, and which I am still embarrassed about. But here is the thing. You do not need a PhD to follow this. The data is not complicated. It is just big. Really, really big. If this is already sounding like something that does not fit inside the normal rules, hold on, because the numbers get bigger. After Stirp's conclusion and after the VP8 discovery, the question became obvious. What kind of energy could produce an image like this? What could discolor the outermost 200 nanometers of linen fibers without burning through? What could encode 3D distance data into a two-dimensional surface? What could leave no paint, no pigment, no residue, no chemical trace of any process anyone has ever heard of? Paolo De Lazzaro decided to find out. De Lazzaro is a laser physicist at ENEA, the Italian National Agency for New Technologies, Energy, and Sustainable Economic Development. ENEA runs some of the most powerful laser facilities in the world. If anyone could reproduce the Shroud image using modern technology, it was a team with access to this kind of equipment. De Lazzaro spent 5 years on it. 5 years. With one of the most powerful excimer lasers on Earth, a machine that fires concentrated bursts of ultraviolet radiation at precise wavelengths and intensities. His team ran experiment after experiment, adjusting the wavelength, the pulse duration, the energy density, and the distance from the linen, trying to match 3 specific characteristics of the Shroud image: the coloring depth of 200 nanometers, the lack of any pigment or chemical residue, and the 3D distance encoding discovered by the VP8. After 5 years of work, they produced a discoloration on linen that matched all 3 characteristics of the Shroud image, on a patch the size of a postage stamp. I want to make sure that registers. 5 years of work by a team of laser physicists at a national agency, using equipment worth millions of dollars, running thousands of experiments, adjusting variables over and over and over. And the result was a square inch of discolored linen. 1 postage stamp. After 5 years, using one of the most powerful lasers in existence. That was the best they could do. The Shroud image covers the entire front and entire back of an adult male, roughly 5 feet 11 inches tall. Head to toe, every surface, encoded in perfect 3D at a depth of 200 nanometers. And the most sophisticated laser lab in Italy, after half a decade of focused effort, reproduced a square inch of it. De Lazzaro then did the math. He calculated what it would take to produce the Shroud's full body image, front and back, all at once, in a single instantaneous burst? His answer? 34,000 billion watts of vacuum ultraviolet radiation delivered in 1/40 billionth of a second. Let me put those numbers in a form you can hold. 34,000 billion watts. That is 34 followed by 12 zeros. The entire electrical generating capacity of the United States, every nuclear plant, every coal plant, every wind farm, every solar panel, every hydroelectric dam from Maine to California running at maximum output, produces about 1.2 billion watts. To match what De Lazzaro calculated, you would need roughly 28,000 times the total electrical output of the country, all compressed into a single flash. And the flash had to be fast, 1/40 billionth of a second. To understand how fast that is, consider this. The blink of an eye takes about 300 milliseconds. This flash was over 15 million times faster than a blink. If you started a stopwatch and tried to time it, the flash would have been over before the electrical signal from your thumb reached the button. Light travels about 186,000 miles per second, the fastest thing in the universe. And in 1/40 billionth of a second, even light only moves about 3/10 of an inch. This burst of energy was over before a beam of light could cross the width of your thumb. If you slowed time down enough to watch this flash happen frame by frame, you would need a camera that shoots 12 billion frames per second. The fastest cameras on Earth shoot about 10 trillion frames per second, and they cost millions of dollars and fill entire rooms. De Lazzaro's calculated flash would be a single frame even on those cameras, a blip, a nothing. Except the nothing left a permanent, measurable, three-dimensional image on a burial cloth. De Lazzaro's conclusion was blunt. He said the quiet part out loud. He wrote, "We do not have that power on Earth." This is a physicist at a national laboratory, a man who spent half a decade pointing lasers at linen, telling you in plain language that the technology required to make this image does not exist on this planet, has never existed, is not available to any government, any corporation, any military, any research facility, anywhere. He replicated a postage stamp. The shroud has a full front and full back image of an adult man, encoded in perfect 3D on a layer thinner than 1/500th of a human hair. And we cannot do it. One postage stamp. That is the best we have. And here is the detail that makes the whole thing land. The blood was already there. Researchers confirmed through chemical analysis that the blood on the shroud was deposited on the cloth before the image appeared. The bloodstains sit underneath the image layer. Wherever blood soaked into the fabric, there is no image beneath it. None. The blood acted like a mask. Whatever created the image hit the linen everywhere, scorching that outermost 200 nanometer layer, except where blood had already been absorbed into the fibers. This tells us the sequence. A body was wrapped in linen. Blood from open wounds, from the flogging, the thorns, the nails, the spear wound in the side. All of the injuries we looked at in Chapter 2 soaked into the cloth. The blood dried. And then, after the blood was dry, after the body had been lying wrapped in that cloth for some period of time, something happened. A burst of energy radiated outward from the body. It scorched the top 200 nanometers of every exposed fiber. It encoded three-dimensional distance data into the brightness of the discoloration. It left the blood-covered areas untouched. And it did all of this in 1/40 billionth of a second. The body was dead when the blood was applied to the cloth. The image formed after death while the body was still wrapped. And the image did not come from any external source, no lamp, no fire, no chemical bath. It came from inside the wrapping, from the body itself, radiating outward. I want to make sure you catch this, because this is where the evidence stops being abstract and becomes personal. The wounds we looked at in Chapter 2, the 372 lash marks, the thorn punctures, the nail holes in the wrists and heels, those bled onto the cloth first, while the body was still dead, while the tomb was still sealed, while the disciples were still hiding and the guards were still standing outside. The blood soaked in and dried. And then the flash happened. The image burned around the blood. Every wound is visible twice on the shroud, once in blood and once in the image that formed around it. The receipt and the flash layered on the same cloth in that exact order. Here is the question I've been carrying since Chapter 2. The question Pierre Barbet, the French surgeon, first asked in 1953. The question that has gotten bigger with every chapter. I'm going to ask it one more time, and this time, I want you to sit with it. Could a medieval forger have engineered a three-dimensional encoded, pigment-free, 200 nanometer deep image that the most powerful lasers on Earth cannot replicate? A forger in the 1300s, working with animal glue and egg tempera and whatever else sat on a medieval workshop table, somehow produced an image that carries information only detectable by a machine invented in the 1970s for nuclear weapons analysis. An image sitting on a layer of linen so thin that it took electron microscopes to measure it. An image that a national laboratory needed 5 years and one of the most powerful lasers on the planet to reproduce on a patch the size of a postage stamp. An image that, by modern calculation, requires more energy than every power plant in America combined. Let me line this up for you, because the cumulative weight matters. In Chapter 2, we asked the forger question about anatomy. Could a forger in the 1300s have known to put nails through the wrists instead of the palms, when every piece of art in his era showed palm nails? Could he have known about the thumb retraction caused by median nerve damage, a finding that required digital image restoration in 2017 to detect? Could he have loaded the blood with bilirubin, a chemical no one would identify for another 600 years, to explain why 2,000-year-old blood would still be red? In Chapter 3, we asked the forger question about provenance. Could he have embedded pollen from 38 plant species native only to Jerusalem in springtime? Could he have ground travertine limestone, matching Jerusalem's exact bedrock signature, into the nose, knees, and feet of the cloth? Could he have woven a herringbone linen that matches first-century Judean textile production? Now, in Chapter 4, we are asking the forger question about physics. Could a medieval craftsman, working with the tools available in the 1300s, have created an image that contains true, three-dimensional distance data detectable only by a machine built for nuclear weapons analysis in the 1970s? An image that sits on a layer 200 nanometers deep? An image that a national laboratory with one of the most powerful lasers on Earth needed 5 years to replicate on a patch the size of a postage stamp? An image that, by calculation, requires 28,000 times the total electrical output of the United States. 3 chapters, 3 categories of evidence: anatomy, provenance, physics, and the same question, getting louder every time. The question answers itself. You know it does. Stirp's 33 scientists said it. They could not tell you what it is, only what it is not. De Lazaro spent 5 years and confirmed it We do not have the technology. The VP8 revealed it. The image carries information that no human hand could have placed there. The blood proved the sequence. The image came after the death. Whatever happened in that tomb, it left a mark that 2,000 years of science, technology, and human effort have not been able to explain, much less reproduce. If you want to see the VP8 3D face rendering in full color, side by side with what a normal photograph looks like in the same machine, the free companion workbook has it. It also has a cross-section diagram showing how thin that 200 nanometer image layer actually is compared to a human hair. Link in the show notes. Here is where I want to show you something that changed the way I think about all of this. Paul wrote a letter to the church at Corinth, a group of people who were arguing about everything, getting the basics wrong, and generally acting like most churches I have been part of. In the middle of that letter, he wrote this: "For God, who said, 'Let light shine out of darkness,' made his light shine in our hearts, to give us the light of the knowledge of God displayed in the face of Christ." 2 Corinthians 4:6 NIV. Read that again slowly. God made light shine out of darkness. The same God who spoke light into existence in Genesis 1 did it again, and this time the light showed up in a specific place, in a face. Paul is reaching all the way back to the first page of the Bible. In the beginning, God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And now Paul says God did it a second time, not to make the sun or the stars, to make the glory of God visible in the face of Jesus. A face on a piece of linen, encoded in light, recorded in an image that sits on a layer thinner than a red blood cell. The knowledge of God, Paul says, displayed in the face of Christ. Displayed, not hidden, not locked behind a theology degree. Put on a face so you could see it. I am not a theologian. I'm the guy who reads his Bible over breakfast and tries to make sense of it before the kids start asking for waffles. I cannot read Greek. I have to look up the references in the back of my study Bible like everybody else. But I read what Paul wrote, and I look at what the science found, and the two descriptions land in the same place. Light, out of darkness, in a face. That is what Paul wrote. That is what the shroud shows, a burst of light in the dark that left the knowledge of God imprinted on a piece of linen. In a face. And notice what Paul says that light is for. He does not say it is for theologians. He does not say it is for scholars or seminary students or people who can spell Corinthians without checking. He says it shines in our hearts. Yours, mine. The heart that is tired, and the heart that is scared, and the heart that has been sitting in the dark so long it forgot what light feels like. That is where this flash is aimed. Jesus predicted this, by the way. Matthew records a moment when the religious leaders asked Jesus for a sign, some proof that he was who he claimed to be. And Jesus gave them one sign, just one. He said, "For as Jonah was 3 days and 3 nights in the belly of a huge fish, so the Son of Man will be 3 days and 3 nights in the heart of the earth." Matthew 12:40, New IV. The sign of Jonah. 3 days in the dark, and then out. That was the only sign he offered. Not a miracle on demand, not a fireworks show. A disappearing act that ended with reappearing. He would go in, and he would come out. And the coming out would be the proof. Jonah went into the fish alive and came out alive. Jesus went into the tomb dead and came out alive. The fish did not digest Jonah. The tomb did not hold Jesus. And when Jesus came out, he did not come out the way you or I would. He did not unwrap himself and fold the linens neatly and walk to the door and ask someone to roll the stone aside. He passed through the cloth. The burial wrappings were left lying in place, undisturbed, with the body gone. We will see what that scene looked like in Chapter 5. But the cloth kept the record. Like a camera flash that goes off at a party and catches everyone mid-blink. Except this flash was 34,000 billion watts, and it lasted 1/40 billionth of a second, and it scorched the image of a man into the outermost skin of a burial shroud. And nobody, not one scientist in any lab on this planet, has been able to do it since. The first selfie. Not taken by a camera, taken by a resurrection. I think about that Tuesday night when the power went out. 43 minutes in the dark. My wife and I sitting at the counter, pumpkin spice candle slowly melting onto the granite, while ocean breeze fought it for control of the room. The quiet was uncomfortable at first. Then it was just quiet. Then, if I am honest, it was the most present I had been all week. We talked without a screen between us for the first time in I do not know how long. She told me about something her mother said that had been bothering her for days. Something about a family gathering that went sideways, and she had been carrying it all week without telling me because I always seemed busy. She was right. I was always busy. Busy looking at my phone, busy checking scores, busy refreshing outage maps that told me nothing useful. And in the dark, with nothing else competing for my eyes, I actually listened. I heard the whole story. I asked a follow-up question. She looked at me like I had just remembered her birthday. I did not check the outage map. I did not look at the score. I just sat there and listened to my wife, which is a thing I do not do often enough. And I knew it, and she knew it, and neither of us said it out loud, but we both felt it. And then the lights came on. All at once, every bulb in the house, blinding, and I flinched because I had adjusted to the dark. I think that is how it works for most of us. Not the resurrection part, the everyday part. The part where you have been sitting in some kind of darkness for so long that it starts to feel normal. The marriage that went cold 3 years ago, and you stopped trying to warm it back up because trying felt like too much. The habit you told yourself you would quit last January, and then again in March, and then you just stopped making promises because the promises started to feel like lies. The grief you packed into a closet because opening it felt like drowning. The shame you carry from a thing you did or a thing that was done to you, a thing you have never said out loud to anyone, a thing that sits in the back of your head like a locked room you walk past every day. You adjust. You stop noticing the dark. The dark starts feeling like home. And then something happens. Not always a thunderstorm. Sometimes it is a sentence in a book you were not even sure you wanted to read. Sometimes it is a conversation with a friend who says the thing you needed to hear, the thing you were not brave enough to say to yourself. Sometimes it is a moment in a church pew, or on a drive home, or at 2 a.m. when the house is quiet and you finally stop running long enough for God to get a word in. The light comes on, and it is blinding. And you flinch, because you forgot what it felt like. I know that flinch. I have flinched at grace more times than I can count. When someone forgives me for something I do not feel forgivable for. When a verse lands in the middle of a Tuesday and I did not see it coming. When my wife says something kind on a day I was expecting a fight. The light is startling when you have learned to live in the dark. That same power that encoded an image no laser can reproduce, that same burst of light that Paul pointed at all the way back in Corinth, is available to you, right now, today. Not as a theological concept sitting on a shelf, not as a bumper sticker on the back of a minivan, as the actual, practical, Tuesday morning power to break what holds you. The addiction you are white-knuckling through. He broke out of death. He can break that. The marriage that feels like two roommates sharing a mortgage and taking turns with the dishes. The same power that passed through a burial cloth can pass through the wall you have built between you and the person sleeping 3 feet away. That does not mean the breaking is instant. Sometimes freedom is a Tuesday by Tuesday thing, but the power behind it is not yours to generate. The grief. The one you have been carrying so long you forgot what your shoulders felt like without it. The loss that rewired your calendar so that certain dates are no longer just dates, but anniversaries of the worst day. He carried a cross through the streets of Jerusalem. He understands weight, and he did not stay under it. He came out the other side, and the cloth he left behind is the proof that coming out the other side is possible. The shame. The old story you keep telling yourself about who you are and what you deserve. The story that plays on repeat every time you look in the mirror, or lie awake at 3 a.m., or see someone living the life you think you disqualified yourself from. He left that story behind in a tomb. The cloth is still there. He is not. And you do not have to be either. The fear that God is done with you, that you have used up your chances, that the mistakes you made last year or last decade put you outside the reach of rescue. The man on that cloth was dead, all the way dead, flogged, crowned with thorns, nailed to wood, pierced with a spear. And then something happened. Something that left a mark on Lenin that 33 scientists from the best labs in America could not explain. If God can do that, if he can take a dead body and turn it into a flash of light that burns through physics, he can handle your Tuesday. This is the 34 billion watt freedom, not a gentle suggestion, not a warm thought before bed, a resurrection. The same kind of power that left an image science cannot explain, available to anyone willing to stop adjusting to the dark and let the light back in. I am not saying it is easy. I sat in the dark for 43 minutes because I did not know where we kept the flashlight. My wife knew. She found it in the junk drawer in about 12 seconds. I had been sitting there using my phone screen like a lighthouse, squinting at an outage map that told me nothing useful, and she just walked over and solved it. Sometimes the answer has been in the drawer the whole time. Sometimes you have been making it harder than it is. And sometimes the light does not trickle in slowly. It comes on all at once, every light in the house, and you flinch because you forgot how bright it is. That is what happened in a tomb in Jerusalem on a Saturday night in April. All at once, every light in the universe, and the linen caught the flash. The priests were out in a field, cutting barley in the dark. The first sheaf of the first harvest. Life coming up out of the ground. And in a sealed tomb, on the same night, the same God who said, "Let there be light," said it again. And there was light. Chapter 5. The Empty Tomb and the Eyewitnesses. Last fall, I spent 20 minutes looking for my car keys. I checked the counter. I checked the hook by the front door, where my wife has told me approximately 900 times to hang them. I checked my jacket pockets, the bathroom sink, and the narrow gap between the couch cushions where small objects go to retire. I retraced my steps from the night before. I stood in the kitchen turning in a slow circle, like a man auditioning for a role in a movie about confusion. My daughter found them. They were in the refrigerator, sitting on top of a yogurt container, right where I had set them down when I put the groceries away, and apparently decided the keys belonged next to the strawberry Greek. She held them up and said, "Dad, why were these in the fridge?" I did not have an answer. I still do not. Here is what I remember about that moment. The relief was instant. 20 minutes of searching, and the answer had been sitting in the cold between the milk and the orange juice the whole time. I was not looking in the wrong places because I am stupid. I was looking in the wrong places because I was looking where keys are supposed to be. The counter, the hook, the jacket. Nobody checks the refrigerator for car keys. You do not look for what you need in a place that makes no sense, unless that is exactly where it is. My wife, who had been watching this from the hallway with the patience of a woman who has lived with me long enough to find this ordinary, said, "You always look where things should be. You never look where they actually are." She was right. She usually is. That is what happened at the tomb. The women went to grieve. They brought burial spices. They expected a body. They were looking where death was supposed to be, in a sealed tomb behind a heavy stone, and they found something that made no sense at all. The body was gone. The cloths were lying flat. The stone had been rolled away, and the space where the worst was supposed to be was already empty. People had been bracing for the worst for 3 days. They had watched the man they believed was the Messiah get arrested, beaten, stripped, nailed to a piece of wood, and buried in a borrowed grave. The worst had already happened. They had rehearsed grief until grief was all they knew how to feel. Their bodies, their minds, every part of them was locked in the posture of loss. And then they got to the tomb. And what they found was so far from what they expected that it took them a while to believe it too. The body was gone. The stone was moved. The cloth was lying there in a way that made no sense. Nobody was prepared for this. Nobody had a category for it. Every person who walked up to that tomb that morning walked up expecting one thing and found something completely different. Here is what they found, piece by piece, because the details matter. And the details in this story are the kind that keep a guy like me up at night, reading one more article, saying, "I will go to bed after this page," and not meaning it. A stone covering a first-century Jerusalem tomb weighed an estimated 2,750 pounds. That is heavier than a small car. It took several men to roll it into place, usually down a carved channel cut into the rock face that locked the stone against the opening. Once it was set, it stayed. That was the point. The stone was not a door you pushed open with your shoulder. It was a wall. And an angel rolled it away. Here's the thing about that. The angel did not roll the stone away so Jesus could get out. The previous chapter already showed us what happened inside that tomb. An event releasing an estimated 34,000 billion watts of energy in a fraction of a second. An event that burned an image into linen at a depth of 200 nanometers does not need a doorman. Whatever happened in that sealed space, a rock was not going to be a problem. The angel rolled the stone away so that people could look in. I want you to sit with that for a second. The tomb was not opened for an escape. It was opened for an inspection. God wanted people to see. He wanted eyes on the evidence. He wanted the empty space and the leftover cloth to be observed, examined, remembered, and written down in books that people would still be reading 2,000 years later. The same God who designed the Passover inspection, who built the 4-day examination into the feast calendar, who made sure Pilate publicly declared, "I find no fault in this man." That same God opened the tomb door and said, "Look inside." He did not hide the resurrection in a locked room. He rolled back 1.5 tons stone and invited the world in. And the first people who ran to that open door were John and Peter. Mary Magdalene had come to the tomb first, before sunrise. She found the stone already moved, the body already gone. She ran back to Peter and John and told them, and the two men took off running. The Gospel of John gives us the details of that foot race, and the details matter more than you think. John was younger. He was faster. He reached the tomb first. But he did something that tells you exactly how terrified he still was. He stopped at the entrance. He did not go in. He bent down, looked in from the doorway, and saw the othonia, the linen burial cloths, lying there. That word, othonia, is the Greek plural for the strips or sheets of linen used in a Jewish burial. First-century Jewish burial practice was specific. You washed the body. You wrapped it tightly in clean linen. You packed aromatic spices, a mixture of myrrh and aloes, between the layers of cloth. The spices acted as a natural adhesive. Once the cloth dried around the body over several hours, it held its shape. It became rigid, like a cast. The cloth conformed to the contours of the body inside it. John looked in and saw the linen lying there, not unwound, not torn, not thrown to the side. Lying there, undisturbed, still holding its shape, but with nothing inside. Jeremiah Johnston, the New Testament scholar who wrote The Jesus Discoveries, describes this scene with a vivid image. He compares the linen to a balloon that has deflated. The outer shell collapses in on itself because there is nothing inside to hold it up anymore. The shape is still there, but the substance is gone. That is preaching language, not archaeology, and I want to be clear about that. But it paints a picture that helps you see what John saw. The cloth had not been ripped off. It had not been unwound by human hands. It was lying there as if the body inside it had simply passed through, leaving the wrapper behind. If that sounds familiar, it is the same conclusion the physics pointed to in the last chapter. The image burned into the linen at 200 nanometers. The 3D data encoded into a flat cloth. The blood already on the fabric before the image appeared, meaning the image formed while the body was still wrapped. Everything about the shroud says the same thing John saw that morning. The body went somewhere without anyone unwrapping it. I am not a scientist. I am not an archaeologist. I am the guy who stayed up until 1 a.m. reading about first-century Jewish burial practices on my phone while my wife slept and the dog snored at my feet. But even I can see what the evidence is saying. The wrapping was intact. The body was gone. And nobody touched the cloth. Then Peter arrived. Peter did not stop at the entrance. That was not his personality. Peter went straight in. He saw the same linen cloths John had seen from the doorway. And then he noticed something else. The sudarium, the face cloth, was separate from the main linen. It was not crumpled next to the body wrappings. It was not tossed in a corner. It was folded, set to the side, in its own place. That detail sounds small. It is not. If someone had stolen the body, they would not have folded the face cloth. Grave robbers do not tidy up after themselves. They grab and run. They do not stop to arrange textiles. If the disciples had staged this, they were in no condition to stage anything. They had been hiding behind locked doors for 3 days, terrified that the same authorities who killed Jesus would come for them next. Men in that state of panic do not have the composure to fold a cloth and set it neatly to the side. They certainly do not have the motive. And the face cloth has a modern companion that makes this detail even harder to dismiss. The Sudarium of Oviedo is a cloth housed in the Cathedral of San Salvador in Oviedo, Spain. Tradition identifies it as the face cloth that covered Jesus after his death. It is not famous. Most people have never heard of it. If you passed it in a museum, you would not look twice. It has no image on it, no photograph, no impression, no visible marking at all. But here is what the Sudarium does have. The blood on it is type AB, the same rare blood type found on the Shroud of Turin, the same blood type that shows up in only 4 to 6% of the global population today. The stain patterns on the Sudarium are consistent with being placed over the face of a man who died in an upright position. The cloth has been documented in Oviedo since at least the 7th century, well before any medieval forger is supposed to have created the shroud. 2 separate cloths, in 2 different countries, one in Turin, Italy, one in Oviedo, Spain, both carrying type AB blood, both consistent with 1st century burial practice. Neither one aware of the other for most of recorded history. A forger would have needed to know about a separate cloth in Spain that nobody was paying attention to, fake a matching blood type centuries before anyone invented blood typing, and arrange stain patterns consistent with a death posture that would not be scientifically analyzed for another 1,000 years. No one in the Middle Ages had that level of foresight. No one today would attempt it. And a 1st century Jewish burial that separates the face cloth from the main wrapping is exactly what John 20, verse 7 describes. The Gospel says the cloth was still lying in its place, separate from the linen. The detail in the text matches the physical evidence from 2 different countries. That is not a coincidence. That is a crime scene whose evidence stayed consistent across continents, across centuries, across every attempt to dismiss it. I keep coming back to that folded cloth. It sits in the story like a post-it note left behind by someone who wanted you to know this was not a burglary. This was intentional. This was done with care. And this was done by someone who did not need to unwrap anything to leave. Now here's where the language of the gospel does something I missed for years. If you sit down with John chapter 20 and a pencil, you will notice a pattern. The Greek word for to see, eidon, shows up 11 times in that single chapter. 11 times in 31 verses. John is not being careless with his word choice. He is hammering on one concept over and over. Seeing. The entire chapter is built around the act of looking, observing, and believing because of what your eyes take in. Different characters see at different levels. Mary sees the empty tomb and assumes the body has been moved. Peter goes in, sees the linen and the face cloth, and is confused. John sees the same physical evidence and something clicks. John 20 verses 5 through 8 in the NIV puts it this way. He bent over and looked in at the strips of linen lying there, but did not go in. Then Simon Peter came along behind him and went straight into the tomb. He saw the strips of linen lying there, as well as the cloth that had been wrapped around Jesus' head. The cloth was still lying in its place, separate from the linen. Finally, the other disciple, who had reached the tomb first, also went inside. He saw and believed. John 20, 5-8, NIV. He saw and believed. Not he heard and believed. Not he was told and believed. He saw. He looked at the physical evidence with his own 2 eyes, and his brain caught up with what his eyes were telling him. The linen was lying undisturbed. The face cloth was folded. The body was gone. Something had happened here that did not fit any category John had for how the world worked. And instead of running, Instead of explaining it away, he believed. That is what evidence does when you let it do its work. It does not argue with you. It does not chase you down the street. It sits there, patient and quiet, waiting for you to stop running long enough to turn around and look. I think about my own faith sometimes, and I realize I spent years running past the evidence without stopping. I had heard the Easter story so many times that I stopped noticing the details. The folded cloth, the separate face covering, the women who came first, the 11 uses of the word see in a single chapter. All of it was right there, sitting in a book I owned, and I had been stepping over it like shoes in the hallway. 2,000 years later, Paul wrote a sentence that reaches back to that morning in the tomb and forward to every person who has ever strained to see God's presence in their own dark morning. Paul had been thinking about what it means to see God in a world that feels dark. The whole letter of 2 Corinthians is written from a place of pressure. Paul was exhausted. He was persecuted. He had been beaten, shipwrecked, and imprisoned. And in the middle of all of that, he wrote the sentence we looked at in chapter 4. God made his light shine in our hearts to give us the knowledge of his glory displayed in the face of Christ. 2 Corinthians 4:6. The same God who spoke light into existence in Genesis did it again, and the place where that light showed up was in a face. Think about what John saw in the tomb. Think about what the shroud shows. An image burned at 200 nanometers. An image that carries 3D data. An image that no laser on Earth can fully replicate. And Paul, writing years later, calls the resurrection the light of the knowledge of God's glory displayed in the face of Christ. John saw something on that cloth. Whatever lingered in that space after the event, whatever residue was visible to a young man standing in a dark tomb at sunrise, it was enough. It was the same light Paul described years later from a Roman prison cell. The glory of God, displayed in a face, burned into linen, visible to anyone willing to walk up and look. And John believed. That is what I want you to hold on to. The resurrection was not designed to be taken on faith alone. God left the door open. He left the cloth behind. He left the evidence sitting there for anyone who wanted to see it. He did not say, "Just believe me." He said, "Come look." Here is something else about that morning that no first-century storyteller would have chosen to include. The first witnesses to the empty tomb were women. Mary Magdalene came first. Mary, the mother of James, and Salome came with her. In a first-century Jewish court, women could not serve as legal witnesses. Their testimony was inadmissible. If you were making up a story in the first century and you wanted people to believe it, the absolute last thing you would do is put women at the center of it. You would start with Peter. You would start with a priest. You would start with someone whose word carried legal weight in the culture you were trying to convince. The gospel writers did not do that. They started with Mary Magdalene, a woman standing alone at an empty tomb before sunrise, weeping. Historians call this the criterion of embarrassment. If a detail in an ancient text would have embarrassed the author or weakened the author's case in the eyes of the original audience, it is more likely to be true, because no one invents details that hurt their own argument. The women at the tomb are the single most powerful example of this criterion in the entire New Testament. Think about it from the perspective of someone trying to start a religious movement in AD 33. You are writing an account that you want Roman citizens, Jewish leaders, and ordinary people to accept as credible. And the first people you put on the witness stand are the very people whose testimony your culture says does not count. No forger writes that script. No propagandist includes that detail. No one inventing a story puts the weakest possible witnesses at its most important moment. It is there because it happened, and the people who wrote it down cared more about accuracy than persuasion. That tells you something about the type of document you are holding when you open the Gospels. These are not marketing materials. These are not press releases. These are accounts written by people who included the embarrassing parts because the embarrassing parts were true. And the witnesses did not stop with the women. Jesus appeared to Peter. He appeared to the other disciples behind locked doors. He appeared to more than 500 people at once, according to Paul in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 6. And Paul makes a point of noting that most of those 500 were still alive when he wrote that letter. That is extraordinary. Paul is saying in writing to a public audience, "Go ask them. They are still here. They will tell you what they saw." He was not hiding behind anonymous sources. He was putting living, breathing, findable people behind the claim. And then he appeared to James. James is one of the most overlooked proofs of the resurrection. He is also one of the strongest. James was Jesus' younger brother. He grew up in the same house. He ate at the same table. He shared a room. He watched Jesus learn carpentry, carry lumber, sweat through a workday in a Nazareth shop. He knew Jesus the way only a sibling knows you, which means he knew every ordinary, human, unmiraculous thing about him. And during Jesus' ministry, James did not believe. The Gospels record this plainly. In Mark 3, verse 21, Jesus' own family went out to take hold of him because they thought he had lost his mind. In John 7, verse 5, the text says flatly, "For even his own brothers did not believe in him." John 7:5, NIV. James was not a follower. He was not on the fence. He was a skeptic who had lived under the same roof and still was not convinced. He had seen Jesus up close for 30 years and concluded that his older brother was just his older brother. And then, something happened. After the resurrection, James became a leader of the entire Jerusalem church. Not a member, a leader. He presided over the Council of Jerusalem in Acts 15, where the early church made its most significant decision about Gentile inclusion. He wrote the epistle that bears his name. The church historian Josephus records that James was eventually martyred for his faith, stoned to death around AD 62. A hostile witness who converts is the strongest testimony you can get. Defense attorneys know this. Prosecutors know this. A brother who did not believe, who watched from the outside for 30 years, who thought Jesus had lost his mind, does not become the leader of the Jerusalem church because of a rumor. He does not get stoned to death for a story someone told him secondhand. James saw. And what he saw rewired everything he thought he knew about his own brother, his own family, and his own God. He paid for that knowledge with his life. I have a brother. If my brother told me he was the Son of God, I would probably tell him to sit down and drink some water. I would love him. I would worry about him. I would not start a church in his name. I would not preside over the most important theological council in history because of something he said over dinner. James did all of that. And the only explanation that accounts for the full scope of his transformation is that he saw his brother alive after watching him die. Not a vision, not a feeling, a person standing in front of him, breathing. People do not die for things they made up. That is where I want to step back for a moment and widen the lens. The Shroud of Turin is remarkable. 4 chapters of this book have walked through the forensic evidence, the pollen, the limestone, the blood chemistry, the probability mathematics, the physics. All of it points in one direction. But here is what I want you to know. Even if the shroud were proven to be a forgery tomorrow morning, even if someone produced a medieval confession letter with a notarized signature, the resurrection would still stand. Jesus predicted it himself, and nobody believed him until it happened. His own brother James, who once tried to have him committed, died rather than deny it. Paul, who spent his career arresting Christians, switched sides overnight and never switched back. The entire Jewish calendar moved from Saturday to Sunday, and nobody took a vote. The places the Gospels name have been dug up, and they are exactly where the text said they would be. The disciples did not invent a new category for a Messiah who would die and rise. Something forced them to abandon everything they had expected since childhood. And before any of it, Jesus raised Lazarus, Jairus' daughter, and the widow's son at Nain in front of named witnesses in named towns. 7 lines of evidence, independent of each other, independent of the shroud, each one standing on its own 2 feet. The shroud is the photograph of the foundation. It is the physical, visible, testable confirmation of what 7 other proofs already established. If you have been writing in the companion workbook, this is the chapter where most readers tell me they spend the longest on the What Stood Out page. The workbook also has a tomb diagram in color, showing the rolling stone, the bench, and where the Othonia and Sudarium were found. If you were working through this with a small group, the discussion questions for this chapter are the ones people talk about longest. Here is where the story lands. Peter and John ran to the tomb that morning because Mary told them the body was gone. They ran expecting confusion. They ran expecting another blow. They ran the way you look for your keys on the counter and the hook and the jacket pockets, checking every place where the answer is supposed to be. They were looking where grief belongs, in a sealed tomb, behind a heavy stone, next to a dead man. They found folded cloth and an empty space, and it changed everything. Think about who these men were 72 hours earlier. They were hiding. Peter had denied knowing Jesus 3 times before a rooster crowed, then walked into the dark and wept. John had stood at the foot of the cross, close enough to hear Jesus' final breath, but every other disciple had scattered into the night. They locked doors. They spoke in low voices. They were terrified that the same authorities who killed their teacher would come for them next. These were not brave men. They were fishermen and tax collectors and ordinary people from small towns who had bet everything on a rabbi from Nazareth. And they had just watched that bet collapse in the most public, humiliating way possible. 3 days earlier, they had been cowards. They had abandoned the man they loved at the moment he needed them most, and every one of them knew it. 72 hours. That is all it took. 3 days later, those same men were standing in public squares proclaiming that the man who had been executed was alive. Within weeks, they were arrested, beaten, and threatened by the same council that had authorized the crucifixion. They did not stop. Within months, Peter was preaching to thousands on the day of Pentecost in the same city where Jesus was killed, within walking distance of the empty tomb. Within years, they were scattered across the Roman Empire, starting churches in hostile territory, writing letters from prison cells, being dragged before governors and kings, and dying. Peter was crucified upside down in Rome because, tradition says, he did not feel worthy to die the same way his teacher did. James, the son of Zebedee, was beheaded by King Herod Agrippa, the first of the apostles to be martyred. Stephen was stoned in Jerusalem while he prayed out loud for the men throwing the rocks. Paul, the former persecutor, was beheaded outside the walls of Rome. Thomas, who had demanded to see the nail marks in Jesus' hands before he would believe, traveled to India and was run through with a spear. Andrew was crucified in Greece on an X-shaped cross. Bartholomew was flayed alive. These were not soldiers who died in battle because their commander ordered them forward. These were individuals scattered across the known world, each one facing a separate death in a separate city on a separate day. Each one given the chance to recant, each one choosing not to. Not one of them took the offer. People will die for something they believe to be true. Soldiers die in wars. Activists die for causes. Martyrs throughout history have given their lives for deeply held convictions. That is not unusual. But people do not die for something they know is a lie. If the disciples stole the body and invented the story, if the whole thing was a conspiracy hatched in a locked room, at least one of them, facing torture and execution, would have cracked. At least one of them would have said, "We moved the body. It is buried behind the garden. Please stop killing us." Not one of them did, because they saw. And what they saw was real. My wife told me I always look where things should be. I never look where they actually are. I checked the counter. I checked the hook. I checked every logical pocket and shelf. The keys were in the refrigerator. The women went to the tomb expecting a body. They checked the logical place. They checked where death was supposed to be. And the answer was somewhere else entirely. Somewhere that made no sense until it made all the sense in the world. That is what the resurrection does to fear. It does not argue with it. It does not hand you a program for managing your anxiety or a list of things you are doing wrong. It walks you to the very place where the thing you feared the most was supposed to be. It shows you the empty space. It hands you the folded cloth and says, "Look, the worst already came, and it lost." The eyewitnesses went from locked doors to open squares, from silence to shouting, from hiding behind bolted shutters to dying in foreign cities for what they had seen. Because when you truly see the evidence of His love, when your eyes catch up with what your heart has been afraid to believe, something breaks loose in you. The grip loosens. The rehearsed grief runs out of script. The body stops bracing. Fear loses its hold. I think about Peter, who denied Jesus 3 times because he was too afraid to admit he knew him. I think about the same Peter, 8 weeks later, standing in the middle of Jerusalem, telling 3,000 people that the man Rome executed is alive. That is not the behavior of a man who heard a rumor. That is the behavior of a man who saw. And I think about John, standing in the doorway of the tomb, looking at the linen that had wrapped his best friend's body, the same linen that now lies in a cathedral in Turin, the same linen that carries an image no laboratory on earth can fully explain. John saw, and he believed. You can stop checking the counter. The answer was never where you expected it to be. The empty tomb is not a historical footnote filed away in a seminary archive. It is a standing invitation. Walk up. Look inside. See the space where the worst was supposed to be, and find it already cleared out, already finished, already handled by someone who got there before you. The angel rolled the stone away so you could look in, not so Jesus could get out. He was already gone. He left the cloth behind so you would know he was there and that he left on his own terms. The folded face cloth was his signature. The empty wrapping was his receipt, marked paid, left on the counter for anyone willing to walk up and read it. The evidence has been sitting there for 2,000 years, patient and unhurried, waiting for you to stop running long enough to look. And that is the invitation we will close with. In the final chapter, we will stand back and see what it all means, not just for history, for you, for your Tuesday morning, for the face in the mirror you are still not sure God sees. He sees it. He has a face too, and he left you the proof. What I know. What if he really did leave the receipt? That is the question, right? The one you have been carrying since the first page. The one you brought with you into this book because something about the shroud would not let you go. You picked this up because you were curious, or because someone handed it to you at Christmas and said, "You should read this." You read it because the evidence kept adding up. And now you are sitting with a question that is either the most ridiculous thing you have ever considered or the most important. What if he really left a mark? Not a metaphor, not a symbol. A mark. A physical, measurable, testable mark on a 14-foot strip of first-century linen that no scientist on Earth has been able to reproduce. I did not write this book because I have all the answers. I wrote it because I could not stop thinking about the ones I found. I started reading about this cloth at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday night because I Googled something I probably should have known already. And then one article became 4. 4 became 12. 12 became a stack of peer-reviewed papers and a browser history my wife found amusing because she thinks nobody prints scientific papers anymore. She is right. I printed them anyway. I'm the guy who got obsessed with this and wanted to tell you about it over coffee. But the evidence does not care who delivers it. The evidence just is. And here is what it showed me. From the Lamb to the light. We started with a rehearsal. Not a human rehearsal, a divine one. 1,000 years before the cross, God planted instructions in Leviticus 23 for 7 annual feasts. He called them mikra, the Hebrew word for rehearsal. He was not giving his people rituals. He was walking them through the choreography of the rescue he already had planned. On the 10th of Nisan, every family in Jerusalem chose their Passover lamb. On that same day, in the same city, Jesus rode in on a donkey. For 4 days, the priests inspected their lamb for any flaw. For 4 days, the authorities questioned Jesus and found nothing. Pilate said the quiet part out loud. "I find no fault in this man." The lamb passed inspection. So did Jesus. Then came the afternoon. At exactly 3 o'clock on Nisan 14, the high priest slaughtered the final Passover lamb and declared it finished. At that same hour, on that same day, on a hill outside the city walls, Jesus said the same words from the cross. Tetelestai, paid in full. That is not a metaphor. That is a Greek commercial term. First-century merchants stamped it on invoices when the debt was settled. Jesus used it on the cross. He was not making a theological point. He was closing a transaction. We looked at the receipt. The shroud carries 372 visible lash marks from a Roman flagrum, a whip with 3 leather cords tipped with lead and bone designed to shred flesh to the bone. The math says roughly 700 impacts across the whole body. A helmet of 3-inch Bethlehem thorns driven into the scalp, 30 to 50 puncture wounds. The thorns were not an accident. Genesis says thorns were the curse that came with sin. Jesus took that curse and wore it as his crown. Nails through the wrists, not through the palms like every painting you have ever seen, because the palms cannot support the weight of a body. Straight through the heel bone, exactly where a first-century Roman executioner would have placed them. Type AB blood loaded with bilirubin from catastrophic organ failure, which is why 2,000-year-old blood is still red, when it should have turned black centuries ago. Dr. Alan Adler, a blood chemist, figured that out in 1995. He was Jewish. So was the man on the cloth. Every mark on that cloth is a line item on a receipt. And the receipt says paid. We looked at the dirt. Swiss botanist Max Frey spent 5 years collecting pollen samples from the Shroud and identified 38 of 58 species as native only to Jerusalem in springtime. Travertine limestone on the nose, the knees, and the feet matches Jerusalem's exact bedrock. DNA from 19 plant species and multiple human genetic lineages traces a route from the Middle East through Anatolia to Europe. The cloth has been places, and the places match the story. A carbon-14 test in 1988 called it a medieval forgery. 30 years later, a statistician named Tristan Casabianca got the original lab data through a Freedom of Information request and ran the numbers himself. The labs did not agree with each other. The overall agreement index was 41.8%, well below the 60% threshold for a valid result. A completely independent X-ray dating method measuring structural cellulose degradation matched the cloth to a first-century linen from the siege of Messana. 2 independent probability calculations, one landing at 1 in 82 million, the other at 1 in 200 billion, both pointed at the same man. We looked at the flash, an image that sits on the top 200 nanometers of the linen, about 1/5000th of a millimeter. No paint, no pigment, no brushstrokes. No explanation. A NASA imaging tool built for mapping nuclear weapons surfaces revealed that the image contains 3-dimensional depth data, the kind of data a photograph cannot carry, the kind of data a painting cannot carry. Physicist Paolo de Lazzaro spent 5 years trying to replicate it with one of the most powerful lasers on Earth. He produced a patch the size of a postage stamp. The full image, de Lazzaro calculated, would have required 34,000 billion watts of cold, radiant energy in 1/40 billionth of a second. A burst of light so brief that no machine ever built can reproduce it. And we looked at the tomb. A stone weighing roughly 2,750 pounds rolled aside. Not so Jesus could get out, so the eyewitnesses could look in. Burial linens lying flat and undisturbed, as if the body had simply passed through them. A face cloth folded separately. Women arriving first, a detail no first-century forger would have invented, because women's testimony carried no legal weight. And then the eyewitnesses. The same men who hid behind locked doors 3 days earlier walked into public squares and said, "We saw him." Every one of them was willing to die for it. Most of them did. That is the evidence. I did not make it up. I did not have to. The mirror. Here's where I want to be careful, because I know what you might be thinking. Are we supposed to worship the shroud? No. The shroud is cloth. It is linen. It has been folded, stored, fire-damaged, patched, stitched, photographed, sampled, and debated for centuries. It is not God. It is not Jesus. It is not a replacement for faith, and it never will be. If the shroud disappeared tomorrow, the resurrection would still be true. If every thread unraveled, the tomb would still be empty. The evidence for the resurrection stands on 7 independent proofs that have nothing to do with any piece of fabric. But I will tell you what the shroud is. It is a mirror. Paul wrote a letter to the church in Corinth, roughly 20 years after the resurrection. He was writing to people who had never seen Jesus in person, people who were trying to figure out what it meant to follow someone they had heard about secondhand. They knew the story, they believed the testimony, but they had never looked into his face. And in the middle of that letter, Paul wrote something that stops me every time I read it. For God, who said, "Let light shine out of darkness," made his light shine in our hearts to give us the light of the knowledge of God's glory displayed in the face of Christ. 2 Corinthians 4:6 NIV. The face of Christ. Paul was not being poetic. He was making a point that would have landed like a hammer in a room full of first-century Jews who believed you could not see God and live. The God who created light itself, the God who spoke and the darkness scattered, chose to display his glory in a human face. A real face. One with a nose that collected Jerusalem limestone when it fell forward onto the ground. One with a beard that bore the marks of being pulled. One with cheeks swollen from the fists of Roman soldiers. One with eyes that had cried at a friend's grave and laughed at a wedding feast, and looked at a crowd of 5,000 hungry people and said, "Feed them." That is what the mirror shows. Not a relic, not an artifact for a museum case. A face. His face. And the shroud does not ask you to worship the cloth. It asks you to look at the one who left the image. He has a face, and he knows yours. C.S. Lewis understood this better than most. Remember the photograph above his fireplace at the kilns? Henry's 1931 image of the shroud face. Lewis looked at it every day and told an Anglican nun he could not commit to its genuineness, but that the great value is to make one realize he was a man, and once, even a dead man. Lewis did not need the shroud to believe. He already believed. But he kept the photograph, because something about seeing a face changes you. It is one thing to believe in a doctrine. It is another thing entirely to see the bruises. If Lewis kept that photograph above his fireplace, you are allowed to find this compelling. You are allowed to sit with it. You are allowed to let it change something in you without needing to have every question answered first. And then there is Barry Schwartz. You know his story by now. The Orthodox Jewish photographer who spent 17 years on the fence after documenting the shroud up close, until a phone call about bilirubin from Alan Adler answered the one question he could not resolve. He did not become a Christian. He returned to his own Jewish faith. The evidence brought him home. And Schwartz spent the rest of his career doing one thing. He built Shroud.com, the largest shroud research archive in the world. He gave hundreds of lectures. He spoke at TEDx. He answered the same questions 1,000 times. And his message, every time, was the same. All God asked me to do was very simple. Tell the truth. A Jewish photographer. Looking at the evidence of a Jewish man's death on a first-century cloth, and the evidence brought him home. I think that is what the shroud does. It does not argue. It does not debate. It does not demand that you believe a certain way, or pray a certain prayer, or join a certain church. It just sits there, in a climate-controlled case in Turin, holding the evidence. waiting for you to look. What I know. Here is what I know. Because he lives, you do not grieve without hope. I'm not saying grief is not real. It is the realest thing in the world. Loss is real. Pain is real. The empty chair at Thanksgiving is real. I am saying that the tomb is empty and the cloth is lying flat and the stone was rolled away not so Jesus could get out, but so that the eyewitnesses could look in. Death had a plan. God had a receipt. The debt is paid. Tetelestai. It is finished. Not, it is mostly finished. Not, it is finished if you try hard enough. Not, it is finished after you clean up your life. It is finished. Period. The receipt is itemized. Every lash, every thorn, every nail, every drop of bilirubin-saturated blood on that cloth is proof that the transaction was completed before you were born. You are not your past. Whatever you have been carrying, whatever you think disqualifies you, whatever voice in your head says you are too far gone, that voice is lying. The same God who encoded 34,000 billion watts of light into a piece of linen in 1/40 billionth of a second is not limited by the thing you did last Tuesday, or last year, or 20 years ago. He is not waiting for you to fix yourself. He already finished the work. He left the receipt to prove it. You are not your shame. Shame says you have to earn it. Grace says it was already paid for. The shroud is not proof that God is disappointed in you. The shroud is proof that God went through a Roman flagrum, a crown of thorns, nails through bone, and a borrowed tomb to make sure you would never carry that weight alone. That is not obligation. That is rescue. And rescue does not come with conditions. That is the 34 billion watt freedom. It is the light that no darkness can hold. The burst that happened in a sealed tomb while the whole world was asleep. The flash that left an image science cannot explain, and a grave that has been empty for 2,000 years. That freedom is not ancient history. It is today's offer. It is the one that was waiting for you before you opened this book, before you heard the word shroud, before you knew that bilirubin was a word. It was paid for on a Friday afternoon at 3 o'clock, and the receipt is still readable. You do not have to understand all of it today. You do not have to resolve every question. Lewis kept the photograph and still said he could not commit to the genuineness. Schwartz returned to a synagogue, not a church. God does not demand that you have perfect answers. He is asking something simpler. Are you willing to look? That is all he is asking. Not perfection, not a seminary degree, not a cleaned-up life. Just eyes open. Just willingness to stand in front of the evidence and let it be what it is. So look. Look at the receipt. Look at the face on the cloth. Look at the empty tomb and the flat linens and the stone that was moved for your sake, not for his. And then ask yourself, if the God who made light itself chose to display his glory in a human face, and if that face is looking back at you from a piece of first-century linen, what does that change about the way you walk into tomorrow? I think it changes everything.